Good to go.
You said too much.
Okay,
No.
there we go. We're good to go. And,
So I just call the meeting to order regularly?
Yep.
All right. So, I'm gonna call this meeting to order at, this clock is wrong, 9:22.
flags over there.
Allegiance
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Olivia Quintero. Here. Guido Campanile.
Here.
Winifred Rodriguez.
here.
And George Torres.
Hold on, public comments of the public have access to the meeting being remote. Public comment shall be by email and written correspondence or remotely via Google Meet. Persons interested in making written public comment must email their public comment to charlottechina@lions103.org or deliver written public comment to the district Albany by September 25th, 2020 at 3 p.m. Email and written public comments are limited to 200 words and will be read loud during the public comment portion of the meeting. All right, moving on, discussion.
Jonathan, are there any public comments?
I don't see any right currently, no.
Okay, but I believe there's one person viewing.
Yes,
If that person would like to make a public comment, now is the opportunity. If you'd like to make a public comment, unmute yourself, and now is your opportunity. If not, we'll wait 5 seconds and we're going to move on.
five seconds have passed.
Okay, real good. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to discussion. The board will meet with Dr. Nakia Hall to discuss the board goals 2020-2021. So, start the meeting.
All righty, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Saturday morning. Well, first, pat yourself on the back for being here this early. I'm working. Glad to be back with you all. I know I was here almost a year ago. And always good to come back and revisit and see what's going on. So, thank you for having me today. So, my understanding is we're going to do a review of your goals that you created last year, see where you all are with that. I know it's been some challenges, a lot of districts, of course, because of COVID-19 and threw a little monkey wrench in some plans. So we'll just see where you are, and how you guys want to proceed, with those. And then also the second half, just reflecting on COVID and how it's been affecting the district and looking at different areas and just kind of making an action plan, moving forward with different things if we need to put some things in place and things like that. Okay? All righty. You all know the vision of ISB, I'm pretty sure. And it is excellence in local school board governance, supporting quality public education. Okay, got some workshop expectations that are updated because of COVID. Thank you all for certifying today with that sheet. Just want to point out, you need to wear masks at all times. If you do need to remove your mask, feel free to step out. If you need to, drink water or whatever, to step out. If you do need to take it off. I've done some of these and some people just can't, endure the mask for a long, long, long time. I just ask that you step out because I've been told if masks come off, I have to leave out. And of course, it's for everybody's safety, right? Again, this workshop belongs to you. The success rests largely on you. Give freely of your experience while being mindful of others' perspectives and their experiences. Share all relevant information. Participate in the discussion. hopefully one person speaking at a time so we can hear everyone. Maintain civil and respectful discourse. Listen alertly to the conversation. Be patient with your fellow members, your superintendent. Appreciate and encourage each other's points of view and respect each other and each other's roles and contributions. You know all of that, right? You guys remember this from last time? The seed sower, okay? And just want to remind everybody again, we're all seed sowers. We're all giving to this garden. We're trying to create this bloom of beautiful flowers. Basically, the results we want to see in all areas of the district, and making sure you're mindful of what type of seed you're sowing. What is the ground that you're sowing it on? Because ultimately, you got to work together in order to make sure that you see the success you want to see, right? And your oath. Again, if you look in your package, you should have a copy of the oath. I love to remind board members of the oath because I always feel like a lot of what you do in your role is directly connected to that oath you took when you took the seat. So I like to point out two parts of the oath. One, I shall encourage and respect the free expression of opinion by my fellow board members and others who seek a hearing before the board, while respecting the privacy of students and employees. So I always feel like that's applicable to any workshop that I'm doing, because not only are you respecting others' points of view, but you're actually encouraging it as well, right? Also, I shall assist in establishing a structure and an environment designed to ensure all students have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework. So, sound organizational framework. This is a part of that work, part of making sure that your framework is sound, right? And also establishing a structure and environment designed to ensure all students have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential. So all of this goes together. So objectives today, review those 2019-20 goals. And like I said, where are we? Anything we need to update, change, take out, add in, all of those things. And then provide an opportunity to reflect and learn from challenges related to the crisis experience, which is COVID-19. Complete an analysis on what went well and define areas of improvement, and develop action steps for improvements identified by the team. Okay, any questions? Okay. So I always like to start off with expectations, your expectations. So protocol is we talk with the superintendent and board president. They give me some information on what's going on, just an update. And we start trying to, map out the workshop. So of course I want to hear from everybody. What's your expectations for today? So some things we can keep in mind as we work through today. Okay. So anybody can share?
I'll share.
Go ahead.
You mentioned team. There is no team here. It's like grouped up.
Okay.
So that I don't think is ever gonna work.
Mhm.
And it's sad because we're all adults.
Mhm.
And for the most part, I think Chris has been doing a great job. And what do I expect? A little bit more respect amongst people.
So how do you put that in today's content of the workshop? What do you expect today from this workshop?
Well, I believe today is gonna go smooth.
Okay.
So,
what do you want to receive today? Like, what do you hope to accomplish?
well, not much is gonna accomplish because there's 2 people missing. So,
Okay.
I mean, other than that, I believe today is gonna go smoothly.
Okay.
And,
So we expect today to go smoothly, right?
mhm. And to work towards.
Part of it,
We're
For both.
Well, we're creating our
Our
goals so
goals
he
for
can
next
create his goals off of us.
And she said to work toward my goals eventually, so
Okay.
as well as part of it, so. That's correct. We're going in order.
So work towards establishing the superintendent goals.
You feed off of ours, right?
Correct.
All right. Who's next?
I could go. You know, I think this is, after, as we were discussing how we're planning it, I hope to give maybe not just a bird's eye view, but maybe a ground level view of some of the work. And not in a presentation format, but in a look at our artifacts, look at what we've been developing and crafting. And it's not that you'll take that away and have, you know, a full understanding, but I think it will give you a different perspective as to where we are and the type of, you know, just showing you some of our folders and documents where we accumulate to show you the evidence of where we are. And then to catch up on some things that maybe didn't get as far as we had hoped. A lot of it due to COVID, some of it not. Admittedly so, some of it not. And then just refocusing and then sharing with you how we are using these goals in connection with the district plan, which is almost done. And then to the school plans, and hopefully make that connection that your goals are not just sitting there on a shelf collecting dust. These are alive, and we've made some progress. So I'm kind of excited to share where we are, and then to share how we're envisioning that moving forward as well. But I think you'll like what you'll see.
Okay. So superintendent, we have to receive a ground level view of the evidence of district progression, reflect on the impact of COVID-19, and share the vision of moving forward.
Perfect.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Who else?
Perfect. Well, I was hoping, and you know, the hopes of this meeting and the time we're gonna spend, best today, that we can get as far as we can get, so we can move on with kind of taking a quick look at our, goals of last year, see where we're at with that. It's kind of like what Chris said, but I'm really hoping that we can kind of pass that point of like setting up the new goals and get the structure going so we can have a clear vision of where we're going for, where we stand today at the end of the meeting. So I'm hoping that we can get something tangible, something concrete that we can work with moving forward.
That's good,
All right, take a look at goals for 2019-20, set up new goals and structure for moving forward. Anything else? Did I capture it?
I think that's pretty much kind of like what I'm hoping for today, at the time that we're investing.
Put that word concrete that you added in here.
Mhm. That's important.
Yeah, because when you write it down, like now, I was able to pull up what you guys said last year. So you put it down on paper, everybody's not wondering what it was, so, yeah, that's it, concrete, right? Okay.
Learn how to respect and communicate with one another a little bit more. It just always feels like we're a divided org, which
Well,
we
we're not
shouldn't.
divided board.
I know, but we should still be as one and be respectful, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you would think so, but,
Yeah.
you know,
But,
it doesn't happen.
well, that's what I'm saying, we need to work on that.
I mean, the reason two people aren't here today is because nobody asked us if we could make it today. It was just told us that this was the day, and they already had plans. So, you know, had someone said, these are the days that we're looking at, we could have weighed in on that as opposed to just show up Saturday at 9 a.m. when other people already had plans for the day. One's out of town and one's babysitting.
Okay.
So.
Biggest thing is to alter our goals from last year to reflect all the changes from COVID.
Anything else?
I think everything else is up there.
I think it's all there.
Okay, so let's review. And think in your mind, you agree that, are we all on the same page? We've written them on the same page. Are we all on the same page, right? Today will go smoothly, that's the expectation. Everybody want that, of course. Work towards establishing the superintendent goals. Sounds like that needs to take place. Receive a ground level view of the evidence of district progression. Share the vision of moving forward. Take a look at goals from 2019-20. Set up new goals and concrete structure for moving forward. Learn how to respect and communicate with one another. Alter the 2019-20 goals to reflect all changes from COVID-19. Some of these are related, right? Okay. So I always like to share because, you know, some of you shared that there's still some dissension, right? This shows that you can be on the same page when you're focused on what needs to take place. But sometimes those little things, they say the little foxes spoil the vines, or those little things can turn into big things, right? You think about when someone takes a match, how small is a match, and throws it on something, how big that fire can become. So sometimes those things that you're like, oh, we just need to get over it, they can be very impactful. And I always say, being a school board member should not be stressful at all, right? So the importance of coming together is strong, especially now. A lot of people got a lot going on. When I was here a year ago, none of this was going on. And 2020 has been a doozy of a year. And we're going to talk about the COVID-19 crisis, but there's so many crises that are going on this year. It started with COVID, but you see all these other things taking place. So never know what somebody's going on, like has going on when they come and sit in their seat. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that. But I'm really pushing my boards. This year is showing us more than ever why that foundation has to be there. Okay? Keep that in
I have a
mind.
question.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. My question is, we're here to do the board votes. Yes. We're gonna go off of last year.
Mhm.
And we're also gonna do the superintendent as well.
No.
No?
No,
This is just, yeah.
these are just our goals.
But he goes based off of art.
Right, he'll go
He
and
works
set
off
his
of ours.
goals based on ours, and then it'll trickle down, then his admins will set their goals, and then it all trickles.
Well, because the only reason, because if I understood it correctly at one of our meetings, yours should have been done already, but because we're,
A little behind.
We're behind because we didn't set ours, he can't set his until we set ours.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a FYI question? So are you saying that some districts or most districts are actually adding COVID stuff to their actual goals? Or is that kind of like an addendum to their goals?
So when all this came about, I kept saying to ISB, we have to develop something to deal with this situation for board. Because it was just, you know, it hit everybody like a ton of bricks. So boards need to have the time to say, okay, let's stop, let's reflect, respond, recover. That's where the title came from. So what we have in that workshop, so we're kind of combining, you know how we did the goal setting last year? We're kind of doing a little bit of the goal setting, but doing the COVID-related workshop as well. And so in that, we'll develop an actual action plan specific to COVID, because it is connected.
Which makes sense, because that's what we're working on. You know, our kids are home, we're dealing with how to teach what our teachers are learning, our students are learning, parents are learning. It's a learning experience for all of us. It's like,
And it has taken priority.
It
It has
has.
not given us a choice.
Right, it hasn't given us a choice, you know, so that's why I kind of wanted to do a little separate,
I
because you
think
still
it is
got
important
those
to
19,
actually
20.
add it to our goals.
You have the 1920 goals, and that's what I mean by separate. Let's deal with that, because you still got some hanging fruit, right? Let's see where we were pre-COVID. You know, where was our line, you know, then? Let's see what's still applicable, you know, and all that. But then it's a separate process of talking about the impact of COVID itself for that action plan. So you should have, in your folders, you will see the template that we're gonna use. And it's basically the same, you know, you're setting your goal, what's a monitoring date, what's a completion date, but we'll have more specific conversations about how COVID has impacted different areas in your district. Did that explain, Sharon?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go through your 6 goals from last year, and I put them up on the slides. You should have them in your packet as well, but the package you have may have all the other information, so this is specific to each goal. And so what we're gonna do is just go through each one. Go through each one. I'll read it. Superintendent is gonna, you know, give his feedback on where you all are with each goal, and you'll have the discussion. What do we need to do? Do we need to change it? Do we say, okay, just keep moving forward? You know, those, you know, do it like that. So that's the structure that we'll do for each one of the 6, okay? So your first goal last year was in the area of communication. And goal 1, improve internal communications with community and parents while striving to be transparent and welcoming. And the way you were going to kind of monitor this was items to be included in the strategic plan and promotion through pictures, social media, webcasts, etc. Okay? And on you.
So, with that, we have done many more webcasts than we have in the past. When we presented the plans and the changes, especially through COVID, that required quite a bit of regular communication. We do have, and I don't know if you want me to pull it up, the Facebook site, but there's, you know what, if you don't mind, can I pull that up real quick? And I'll just switch that cord from there to here. I want to show you also our system of pulling up or deciding and moving with Facebook posts and our process with city media. Uh-oh. Jonathan, can you come in for a moment? It's saying I cannot get to Facebook. It's regulated. Is there a way to bypass that?
Get through the firewall.
Or should I use a different?
Yeah, use a different computer because you're on that Chromebook and it's set up for a kid. I'm sorry
Gotcha.
about that. And that's why. No. Do you need a regular laptop?
Yeah, do you have one?
Yep.
Thank you. But just on the website, I'll show you that in the meantime. You know, a lot of our main communications that go quickly go to the middle there.
whatever.
Okay, where's your HDMI? Here we go.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Chris.
No problem. So, but that is the process goes through Trello, and we plan, and he drafts up the comments and the flyers and the language. And then that's where we work about a week to 2 weeks in advance on what's coming up next. And right now we have things such as tips for handling remote learning, and then healthy diet habits while you're on remote learning during COVID. There's been things on social emotional health and well-being, and different things like that. So that's one thing that we didn't have when we did our goals last year, our goals last year, and has been going very well, on top of just trying to keep up with, the website notifications as we have in the past.
So that's TRELLO.
TRELLO. That's the service we use to organize, because if there's modifications, typos, or slightly inaccurate information, I go on there, I hit review, and then there was the old calendar was up there. And I said, this one doesn't have the remote learning days. Please update that one before you put it up. So it's a nice communication process back and forth, where ultimately I'm reviewing and saying, okay, is this accurate? Is this, grammatically?
Like a spell check.
Well, yeah, and a communication check, because sometimes if I say, hey, notify the parents that food service is changing, I have to look at those little details to make sure. It's easy for someone who's not doing that every day to misconstrue an idea. So it's a nice check and balance to make sure because the stuff he does looks really pretty. And so it's a good check and balance of the art of it, but then the content, I have to make sure it's accurate.
And that's already between you and him.
Yes. Principals filter through me and the directors. I shoot out to him, but we also have some things that are, when there's an emergency, a building shut down because there's a water break and the plumbing's down. That stuff we can do, and he's pretty good. We just text and we call, and he'll do something right away. But there's also some regularly scheduled things that are coming out, like the things I just mentioned, that are not really emergency, but it's more like just good practices that we're filtering out through the website. So, but I wanted to show you how that worked through Trello, because that's pretty neat. Because it'll say review, then it'll be yellow, and then once I review and I approve, turns green, and then he puts it up. And then it's a pretty nice check and balance.
Okay, so we got website, we got the webcast, you got your social media, that we're pushing information, out to the community. We'll talk a little bit more about COVID-related communication as well, later. I saw some of the handouts you have even in the office about, right, things like that. So all of those are ways to communicate with your community. And, that goal was that internal communication, so the district, putting out information to it. So,
And a little bit to add to that is we just met last week. And as we're looking at potentially coming back, we're asking, what does that look like? When is it safe? So we're looking at a process of communicating weekly to the community to look at the data and look at whether things by zip code are increasing, decreasing, and keeping an eye on that, because it's gonna be hard to say, okay, if there's a big spike happening, yep, we said first quarter, so first quarter's over, so let's go. What we said was first quarter is gonna be remote. Then we're gonna monitor and look. But it gives us the communication and people can have a pulse. Are the numbers increasing? Are they decreasing? How safe is it? How do I, as a parent, make a decision? And we're gonna be giving that information on the numbers related to the zip codes weekly, so we can keep an eye, and it'll be kind of like a constant communication of, it looks like it's getting safe. Oop, it looks like it's spiked now. We're gonna hold off. So there's no, where we're looking at a point where we don't know exactly when we're gonna come back, but we are trying to create a process of analyzing metrics on the percentages per zip code to help us make that decision.
Are we gonna be a little more clear on some of the zip codes though? Because last time we were going off of the Berwyn zip code, because Stickney, Berwyn, and Forest View all use the same zip code. But Berwyn numbers could definitely skew Stickney and Forest View.
And that's a dilemma that we're looking at and trying to figure out, because they have some information, but that's confidential information.
Right.
And so we're trying to muddle through that. But we're in communication with the Stickney Health Department and.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, cause each town has their own CDC health, department, so they would be in charge of numbers, but I believe all that is confidential. I don't know how it would be with
Well, I think it's
providing that information.
So we're gonna see what we can get our
It's
hands
probably
on.
confidential as far as people, but you can say.
Well, numbers are
The
not.
numbers-
But the numbers are-
Identity.
The
You-
numbers
just a
should be
data.
confidential.
Yeah,
It's
like,
the patient information.
to be confidential, but for them to say there's 10 cases, whatever, in
Yeah.
Stickney, that's not confidential, that's what they have to report, so
Okay.
you should be able to get that kind of a thing.
And that's what we're trying to.
We wouldn't want
do.
Berwyn's like so much larger than,
Right.
we wouldn't want that to,
60,000 people.
yeah, we wouldn't want that to skew our numbers.
Right.
And I want you guys to hold those thoughts. Because again, it's a pressing issue.
Yes.
But that's what we'll talk about, when we get to the COVID part. But, so just for now, what from last year, thinking about, some of these things. So Chris has shared, some of the things that you all are doing. So what's some feedback on that and what he shared with this goal? So do we feel like this goal has been achieved? That doesn't mean you stop, you don't continue doing it. But do we feel like this has been
It's a work in
achieved?
progress.
Yeah.
You know, it's a
I
work in
think we're in a good
progress.
standing
We've
with
been-
that. Even when the whole COVID thing broke up and we had to make decisions on the fly, distributing packets for kids and families, Chromebooks and things like that, that was accomplished within a week for the most part. I know we had we didn't have it all, but everything we had was given out within a week. Lunches were picked up regularly, they were available to families. I think, at least that
And
portion
we
of
had really
the
good
emergency
numbers.
part of that was handled really well. Everyone was out there, teachers or principals out there. It went really smooth for such.
Come August, you were actually prepared because everybody
every household, every child coming. Because when it first broke out, it was one per family, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so feedback on goal area one is it's a work in progress. We used to call that a whip.
Like the dance?
We still do it at my work. We still call it that at my work. It's still a whip. Every week, the milling whip.
So sounds like some achievement has been made, maybe some additional things to consider, anything specific moving forward. Consider doing.
Probably more robocalls maybe, because I did hear some parents asking for more robocalls. Do we do enough of those, Chris? Or are we just pushed back a little bit on them since COVID?
No, we've been doing quite a bit, especially
Okay.
with the food service changing back and forth. Because they gave, it was free for everybody in the community under 18 years old. And then beginning the year, it went back to charge, but they just extended it. So we did like several communications because it was
Okay.
flip-flopping. And so we continue to do those, especially with the pertinent information that's changing regularly like that.
Okay,
But, I mean, we could certainly incorporate more.
okay.
I mean, if we wanted to, but the survey we did said they liked the text and emails better.
I was just
I
gonna
do.
say,
I like the
text.
text, I like
That's
the text better because you don't get, you carry this everywhere you go.
well, but like if people
You
are
have
at
to
work,
answer
they're
the
not
phone call.
necessarily gonna
Yeah.
answer a call, but they may look at a
Oh, yeah.
text, you know, so.
And then sometimes, I don't know how you all system is, if you miss the robocall, sometimes it'll send you a text message with the message or a link to a message to actually read.
Oh, like it
Morton,
interprets
Morton
the
does both.
the voice.
Okay.
Morton's system does both, because when my son was in school there, I would get a call and I would get a text, like their
Okay.
system pushed out both, so that's something to look into as well.
And so,
that was good.
so more robocalls, everybody?
Yeah.
Or, what it, Chris, you said the actual survey said they prefer text and email.
Yes.
So how do we want to use that information? Do we want more robocalls or do we need to?
Do you see the room for more roll calls, Chris?
We can always incorporate it, into whatever communication needs to go out. We can do that as an added layer. It's not yet.
Okay.
So are you
You
sending
like-
it to the Spanish-speaking people in Spanish?
Yes.
And other races? Okay.
Just like Sharon said, like, they did a robocall, but then they missed a call, whatever, they
Then it
also
does
will send
interpret
you
it.
a text, so you incorporate the layer of assurance that they're gonna get the message, and they'll.
Like some people that are at work and you send an email, like, by the time I get home, I want to get no email.
But the text message is good because you can use it, you can push it out for things like reminder pin night tomorrow, or reminder early dismissal, because I know as a mom, I wouldn't always
Always
look
forget.
at the calendar and then I'd be like, what do you mean it's a
Forget
half
the
day
day of.
today? Even though I like approved the calendar, I was like, wait, what? There's a
And it's
half day.
always good, like, if you wanna forward it to your kid, like,
And I
don't
was
forget
saying
tomorrow we have
You
some.
can forward to other
Forward the
people,
message.
other
Exactly.
parents or whoever. Now, how many of you have students in the district? Okay, so, but do all board members get these calls that go out?
No.
No, we don't.
No, we
So
don't.
that's something to think about. And possibly adding board members to those, so you do know
We
if
used
something
to,
goes
but-
out.
That way
We
we
used to
know.
get
That
what's
way
going
you
on,
know,
and we
that way if you
monitor
get a
it.
question from a parent,
Yeah.
or if they're
That's good.
saying,
We used
Olivia,
to, I don't
we
know
didn't
how
get
it's,
any
why it
robocalls,
stopped,
but
but
like,
we used
I
to.
know it went out, cause I got.
Cause I got it, right.
Yeah, so maybe that's
But
something.
it probably stopped a long time ago, since I've been a board member, I have never gotten a text message.
Do you wanna add that to the list?
Remember the.
Well, I got a text
Yeah,
message,
yeah,
a phone
yeah.
call, I
Line
got
and
a
all that
robocall.
stuff that they had, and they
George,
stopped.
Do you agree? We should add that to our.
Yeah.
I think so, yes, yes. Oh, if.
But
Yeah,
but
like-
if it interprets, like
like-
Sharon said,
like-
it's one of those calls that if you don't get the call, send a text message.
Like a black calling, just get text.
Oh, see.
It would send both, too. I got both.
today.
Whatever floats.
Okay,
You don't wanna.
cause that helps,
Yeah,
because
for
you are a
sure.
community
Then we
liaison,
go.
And you will get those people that say, hey, you're not doing this, this like keeps you in the know.
Mhm.
But also you can forward it to other people as well. I used to do that all the time, but it keeps you, like I said,
In the loop.
informed. Exactly.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Anything else with this area?
The buildings do much of their own as well. That could be a lot for you. Do you want those as well?
What do you
What do
mean
you
as far as what?
For example,
Robocalls,
Terry Silva
individuals,
may have,
Something.
she does a
going on.
weekly newsletter. She does it weekly. Do you want that as well as if she's doing a call about, we're doing spirit wear? When kids are in, I'm just giving an
Yeah.
example. We're gonna do spirit wear this week, it's this, this, and this. So there may be calls.
I
specific-
personally don't mind it because, it does keep us informed, like you said, as a board member.
People
And we
forget to-
can't, nobody can say, oh, well, they don't do this, or they don't keep up with this, well.
Now we can say it's not true because we get it.
Okay.
Again, we used to get the weekly newsletters from the schools, like we'd come into the board meeting and we'd have a packet and it'd all be sitting there, and we've been this way, it was nice because you knew what was going on at the schools. Now that we don't visit the schools like we used to,
Yeah.
we never know what's going, and we don't get school reports anymore, like they used to come and present at the committee of the whole and say, this is what's going on at, whatever. Since we don't get that, it'd be nice to get that and see what's going on, at the school.
So the calls or the newsletter?
The newsletter, because the newsletter's like a quick little, look, we did this activity this week and, like that kind of thing, so it's kind of nice.
District robocalls and then
Right.
there's.
So are you saying you want it like on a paper or?
For me, I don't care, like, I don't, if they're doing it on paper and sending it out, fine, send a few over here. If
Just
it's
one to
strictly-
be done and one to be
Yeah.
dished out?
But if they're sending it via email, whatever,
Yeah.
send it to my district email, I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
Okay, what's the consensus?
However they do it, I don't care.
Individual school calls, or we just want a newsletter?
I think whatever's going out to the parents, we should receive it.
Okay.
Well, that's gonna be a lot though,
It is a lot.
Yeah.
that's gonna be a lot.
You're still parents.
Yeah,
I think the
so,
most
Well,
relevant
if we're
stuff
gonna
is
do
like,
that, I
they
don't,
should
I would
provide-
like to have
we
it,
get-
but all by text.
get
Yeah.
the-
Because
I don't want the
Emergency,
robocall.
emergencies and district.
Well, emergencies we should be getting.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I know.
emergencies, we should be getting a notification, an email or a text message from Shar, because I would assume you'd be busy, but we've always in the past, and police were called, ambulance called, fire called, you got it.
is that in your protocols? It's
Sends
out
out
there.
an update on whenever an incident happens here, so I.
Yeah.
I usually do an email
Yeah.
for those
Yeah.
immediate ones.
Yeah, because again, if someone's, do you know how many calls I got the other night when that car was on fire in our parking lot?
What car was it?
Was that 2 days ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how many calls I got just on that?
Okay, so we're okay with district level calls?
Yes.
That one emergency.
Okay.
Send to board members as well.
And what I can do is maybe those communications that go out, maybe I can have the principals add those to their bud.
Yeah.
Outgoing-
As long as we're gonna get Bud on a more regular basis.
Yeah.
That's,
I put it in the calendars for twice a month.
okay.
But she is talking about.
Yeah, it's fun, it's board
the
update.
Board members, how the other principals would come and speak.
Well, that's what Sharon was
Yes, that's
saying,
what I'm
that,
saying,
that
she's talking about, I
other-
remember that, and in our packet, they had what
yeah,
was going on, which is good, but that's the COVID. I guess
There's-
that's why, but I
Yeah.
think I've seen an email or two from some of the principals of what was going on in there.
That's probably the
Edison
book-
School is
book.
usually good at that, the principal over there, she's usually good at that, but I think it's kind of slow down.
There's
So what do we
nobody
wanna
at school,
add?
so-
It's COVID.
What additional information do we want to add to the book? I heard you say something about school, Chris.
Oh, what I was saying is the outgoing communication, so that their phones are not constantly ringing.
Uh-huh.
Maybe I can add a outgoing communications constant segment that they can document what they have sent out to community members in terms of, phone calls, robocalls, or letters or newsletters, things like that.
And, okay, so we have board members also receive robocalls, text messages, and those will be district level emergency school outgoing communication segment added to the budget. Okay? Okay, is that it for communication? All right, goal number 2. Goal area, student achievement curriculum. Develop an instructional support system that will support teachers in mastering the curricular program. So you got a couple of things here. Items to be included in the strategic plan. Use of professional development time and teacher teams. And that data source, or how you will see the evidence, is a presentation of rubric and plan by the administration. This was to be done by January 2020. And the rubric will be developed using the Danielson framework. I don't know whether space is there. The monitoring date was instructional support plan to be developed by February 2020. So I'll give it over to you, Chris.
I think we're there. I want to show you we did just hire the instructional coaches. So that is one big portion that contributes to this instructional support system. I can show you the West 40 contract, which kind of highlights the future looking dynamics of what we've got going. So in our agreement, and how does that look? Is that big enough? Yeah, so here what we have, and I'll get down to some of the meeting content information. This is all the legal stuff here. But looking here, you can see that we sat down over the summer, despite COVID and all that, and set out how do we want to frame, and all these up to date. We just had this half-day training on the 23rd, is moving. And what we did is develop these as a team over the summer with the help of Ruth Poe Gaines. This is one of our district improvement plan goals as well that we developed, and then we're almost done with. I'm at a point where I'm about ready to present that to you all. I do have it up, and it kind of feeds into what we're doing here as well. But you could see we have just about the whole year structured, and so we have training dates and how we're going to build, what their roles are, how they should be working with teachers. We embedded it with prep times we have during the day. Of course, right now, COVID is interrupting that because we have all our teachers teaching different types of schedules. So, but we are still looking at how can we try to support them with these structures in a COVID manner. So that's what we've been looking at lately is, okay, we provided weeks and weeks of training. In March, all the way through the end of the year, we did about 6 full days at the very beginning of the year, and we've kept all those in folders as recordings. So if we get a new staff member, or if somebody forgets or needs to go back, or they couldn't make this one, they were sick or something, we have a library building up that is getting pretty big on very good professional development related to using technology for teaching. And so we've made grounds like that would probably, because of COVID, I mean, a bonus, a positive aspect of COVID is that we've been able to do that at a very rapid pace. And boom, several days, we took our level way to a whole other level rather quickly. That would probably have taken years and years if we didn't have this crisis happen. But so we have a vision for this team and a cycle of how we work and how we analyze data and the targets. But for right now, all of that is put to the back a little bit. And what they're going to do is a couple things. One is, once we get out of COVID survival mode, we're going to help support that for now. Once we get out of that, what we're going to do is teach our system. And we presented in the past our engine, basically how we function and how our teams work, the cabinet, Well, you got the board and the goals there, you got the cabinet level, then you got the district leadership team, which is the principals plus cabinet. Then you have the building leadership teams. And so now what we're doing, we built those structures last year. Now what we're doing is getting good at using it and functioning between all these teams so that there's many perspectives, many decision makers at the table. An example is, as we're trying to figure out what we're gonna look like when we come back, part of the task to get that big picture and low level perspective is that the building leadership teams have a variety of people on them. So the district leadership team has sent out assignments for the building leadership teams to tell us, how is this going to impact your schedule? How is a half day, because we're looking at models now. We're looking at AB day, full days. We're looking at half days, every day kids come in, half in the morning, half in the afternoon. What does that do to lunch for you? What does that do for you when scheduling? Will you have enough staff? What's recess going to look like? So this is the kind of work we're shifting out, and then we're going to gather back and then take and sit down with the union as another layer and work with them to say, how do we do this all safely? And how do we get kids back in some fashion? You know, again, the metrics are probably going to be our first step to say, is it safe to come back? How's the water? Is it okay? And then after that, that's why we're simultaneously planning in a detail level now. We have the big picture models, but now we're at a point where we're tasking the building teams to tell us, how's this gonna really look and how are you gonna be able to manage it? You know, will we have enough time in the day? Do we have enough staff? Is, you know, one big dilemma, to give you an idea, is food service lunches. If we do a grab and go and they don't eat here, that's much more simple and less costly than if we do it here and we have to have supervision in some way that we can't, you know, we don't know that we can handle it. And if we do pay individuals to do it, you're looking at paying a lot of individuals every day. And so it's a big problem. So those are the kinds of things we're trying to filter through now to get to a point where we understand what's the best way to go. But it's in discussion. You know, nothing's decided yet, but that's the whole premise. But that's so what they'll do, the instructional coaches soon, is teach individuals how this system works, data analysis, so on and so forth through this. So we got book studies going so that we can build our philosophy of what instructional coaching is, what model. We're using work by Jim Knight, who's a big guru in the instructional coach models, as well as the support from West 40 and Ruth Poe Gaines. This is our last year. I don't know if you remember, we got Ruth as an extension for 1 year through Illinois MTSS. And so what we did is, you know, Ruth could have done this work in this training, but we knew that that may not be sustainable. So we partnered with West 40 because this is our last year with Ruth on a free level. Now, if we want to hire her in some manner to continue, we could, but my hope is that she makes us self-sufficient this year so that we can run ourselves and we have our system in place, because that's basically what I've been building is, you know, the information's out there. I need our district to learn systems so that we can be self-sufficient and run on our own. And that's what she's been doing. She could have done the instructional coaching, but I said, let's let West 40, because we're going to need to build that over the next couple years. So West 40 is going to stick with us next year. It costs us a little money, but we're paying for it out of title, but it'll be a consistent push. But there, we have almost all of our coaches in place. One resigned just at the beginning of the year. But this is what, in my last year as a principal, I really attributed. I was in School City Hammond. We had, on the state standardized test, children passing at a rate of anywhere between 48 to 52% math, English, language arts across the board, grades 6 through 8. I was at a middle school, about 1,000 kids. And they were passing at that rate. By the time we were done, everybody, both levels, had increased by 8 to 12%, math and ELA. That's what we're building here. Once we get this built, it's constant growth. If you're a great teacher, you're going to be greater. If you're a good teacher, you're going to be great, and so on and so forth. It's reflection and growth. It is not evaluative. It's all about helping teachers get better at their craft. That's what this whole thing is about. And we had many, and we didn't add to the cost. We took the interventionists, which I think were a symptom of this lacking. We needed a ton of interventionists because a lot of kids were lagging. Well, a lot of kids were lagging because we didn't have this guidance and structure in place to help everyone become better within their own classroom. So we're empowering all 200 teachers and principals, not just teachers, principals, to look at this differently and enhance this. So we're at the beginning stages. It's going to be coming, rolling out, and individuals are going to learn how to do this. There'll probably be a little uncomfortableness with people being in the classrooms and supporting one another, but it's completely not evaluative. It's all about how do you do good on your evaluation, or how do you do good in educating the kids. And it's rolling out, and we have a long-range plan for that. And this should give us a lot of bang for buck. And
those amounts on the chart, Chris, where are they? The amounts towards the end of the.
yeah, it comes up to close to 40.
For each training session? Is that
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Total cost here is 21, but I think there's a couple years. I thought it was higher than that even. But it's all out of the Title I funding, and we supplemented the things we paid for other things in the past and changed it to this. So that's basically what we did, is change those positions from interventionists to instructional coaches, as well as some of the funding we were putting out for different resources. Instead of those resources, we allocated it to this system to make sure we're reinforcing and providing the support for them. But yeah, these are the costs based on the West 40 amounts.
All that is money's coming out of our district to pay West 40 to structure this.
Correct. Out of title
Title
funds.
money.
Yep.
So I think in terms of our actual goal, I think these are all great strides, but I think it's definitely still a work in progress. It's still something we need to keep, because again,
We have the
COVID.
skeleton. We
yeah,
have the skeleton together,
well,
but we
and-
need to enhance it and put the actual true support, instructional support in place.
well, I think
which is
COVID
beginning.
killed it,
Yeah.
It's gonna be I think this, at least for the next year, will be a continual work in progress
Yeah.
until we can get back to a normal school environment, so.
Yeah, because your goal was develop an instructional support system that will support teachers in mastering the curricular.
Right, so I think that this goal is still,
But they're still able to learn how to, during COVID and stuff like that, that's a.
right, but I don't think we've met, because of COVID, we
Right.
haven't met this
Meeting,
goal.
True.
Right. I think
Slow
it's,
everything
So
down.
yes,
Correct.
definitely have to keep it up
So
there.
work in progress.
yeah, definitely, because again,
Good
we've
step.
got it great for going Zoom now, but now we've got to get it great for going we got to move it into hybrid and then move it into,
It's gonna develop as you
yeah,
develop.
so it's definitely
Okay,
a goal that still needs work done.
anything else to add to it?
Other than, I think we probably should take out the dates.
Well, you know what? I mean, one thing that did change is that Danielson framework.
Okay.
We did alter that to follow a tool, and I don't know, I know the acronym, but and I can get that to you, but it's called Otis. Because OTISS.
Okay.
And I'll get the acronym information to you, but we felt that connecting it to Danielson was gonna make it seem evaluative.
Evaluative, yeah.
So we did shift away from that.
So we're changing the rubric, the
You wanna
framework
call
of
it the
rubric.
measurement tool for instructional levels? And that is one aspect that we were supposed to do last year in the spring, but we didn't get trained because of COVID. So we're looking to get that in place.
So change the framework of the measurement tool for instructional levels from Danielson to Otis.
Yes.
Anything else? Alrighty. Number 3. Human resources, retain staff while maintaining accountability. Items to be included in the strategic plan, development of a recruitment plan and an exit interview process, presentation of rubric and plan by administration.
That one is not where it could have been. We're still continuing to develop that recruitment plan. I know we did make 1 or 2 job fairs before COVID, but that one's is still a work in progress.
So we still need to develop the recruitment plan. How about the exit interview?
And our HR director just recently resigned. But he did have some structures in place, but they still need to be fully developed. So I wouldn't say we have a full exit interview process yet, but we do have some of the components of it as to monitoring when to shut devices off, why are they leaving, and those dynamics. So it's still a work in progress, not there yet.
So we need to develop the recruitment plan and continue to develop the exit interview process.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the goal itself, retain staff while maintaining accountability. So human resources director is gone, but I just want you guys to think about that. Retain staff while maintaining accountability. How are we with that?
Well, we lost 10 staff members at GW alone, so,
At one school?
yeah,
Okay.
so,
That principal had resigned and left, and I think took some favorites.
Okay.
So I think that hopefully was an anomaly that won't, but you're right. I mean, but if you're asking me, I don't have a strong answer to say, what are we doing for retainment, other than the one thing that, and then this is going off of the blue ribbon, retaining process from Indiana, but one of the big structures for retaining people was support, the instructional support system. So them types of things do contribute,
right.
but we don't have a solid structure for a retention plan right now.
What about your other buildings or district office? Are we retaining for the most part?
Well, I think
Because you had a change in leadership too,
right.
as a
He's
superintendent.
done some
you're
restructuring
coming
of positions and
Okay.
job duties,
in. Okay.
so. yeah, I think
Last year at
it's-
this point, we were pretty much a skeleton crew. So a majority have stayed, even the principals, we just had 1 turnover, which was better than the past couple of years prior to that, so it's a little
Okay,
bit
so
more.
let's celebrate that. Take a moment and celebrate that, and progress is progress, even if it's just an inch. And then again, it's COVID too. There's
It's
a
not
lot of
gonna happen
turnover on
overnight.
school boards. I'm getting like every week, it's somebody resigning from the school board, so that's the impact as well, which we'll talk about more later. So I always want you guys to take that moment and celebrate. Hey, look at where we were compared to where we are now. So, but when you think about the goal itself, is there anything you can think of that can possibly help continue the retainment, when it comes to staff?
I don't know how it works, and I don't know how they're recognized on a job well done.
Well, we had the one meeting where Chris brought all the teachers and principals in. He highlighted their tremendous amount of work and their ethics and everything.
But that's good.
That
No,
is
but you know,
good. It's
something
a
gotta
little-
come with that. I mean, you know, I a little bit of money, you know.
Well, nobody-
Well,
Nobody-
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 We're trying to be transparent and set the accountability. I'm gonna take this shit, 'cause it kind of bugs me every time you're writing something. you bump me with this, you know?
I know that we
Thank you.
used to, like, you know, for, what was it, teachers, we used to send, I used to get like a cake from us. I don't think we even do that anymore, like,
Here's what and I don't wanna spoil the surprise, and actually I was upset that,
I'm like, it's being recorded, so.
I know.
Ah,
But I do have something coming, and this was prior to, I know, you know, and I feel bad that this perception's even out there right now, because I do value the teachers extremely. But there is something nice coming that was before, you know, Ms. Jackman had made a comment at last meeting that maybe they're not appreciated or something, and
They're working hard.
even the day before that, I had signed off on something that is gonna show appreciation and is going to be along these lines. So I don't want anyone to think that I did it because of that. I was doing it before, and I just signed off, and it's gonna be a nice little thing.
So
It's
I
com-
can't wait. You know,
How much is
It's
that?
being
Public
recorded.
No.
The meeting's being
Write it
recorded.
down and I'll just write it.
Yeah, I could
That's
figure,
nice.
I don't wanna blow the surprise right now.
In closed session, you can do that.
But yeah,
but
I
Yeah,
think there
I mean,
should
that goes
be,
along.
much more ways of showing appreciation to our teachers because, like I said, this has been a learning experience for them as well. And they're the ones,
A lot of hard work.
you know, trying to figure out how to go about a whole day of learning on a computer. So that in itself, it's hard, you know, with technical issues, with, you know, internet, with the, you know, the child sitting still at home, you know, she or him have to figure out how to keep the child entertained, correct?
Yeah.
not entertained, but engaged.
Engaged.
Yes.
Engaged, like my niece, she's, you know, at Lincoln, and my sister-in-law says, teachers are wonderful, they keep her going, it's just, my niece always has to have something going on, you know what I'm
The
saying?
attention
like-
span of the
yeah.
child.
So I feel sorry for all of our teachers, but I really feel sorry for kindergarten teachers this year.
She's a kindergarten,
Because,
she's in
because
kindergarten.
they've never been to school before,
Exactly, it
now
just
they're,
took
you
that,
know,
This is so
yeah,
different.
it's like herding cats.
There was a
Sure.
funny story. One of the teachers had a student that, like, just like you're saying, his first time in school, and then she wasn't in PJs, and she kept on doing it. And everyone's trying to wake her up, so
See, I don't know about what
she
you
was
right
falling
now.
asleep. But you know,
yeah.
it's the first thing for that.
You have your daughter, you know what I mean? Like, we have Ian, and it's like, first of all, you're not gonna be in your pajamas. Second of all, you know, I have a gray wall, so that's what the teacher, so we made a poster board and we put ABCs and everything, that's his backdrop.
It's good.
I made him a
Mia
can.
gets up and does her hair and,
When-
you know,
she
she
is
gets
online.
up and she
People are
does her
gonna see
hair
her.
and she changes.
Yeah,
Which is good because you know what? The day that they do come to school,
they're gonna be.
I don't
prepared.
want her having to, oh, I'm tired or waking up 5 minutes too. No, I need you to still
Stay
continue
in the
this routine,
right?
you know? And it's good for those teachers that do say, okay, I don't want you in your pajamas, but you know,
It's good, and I like that.
like there's no, I know one of her teachers says, I don't want you sitting on your bed, which I think is good.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be on their bed, you know?
Yeah, they
Come
should
to a
be
table where
at a
you're able to
table.
sit up straight and, you know, you're leaning like this on a bed or you're laying down. No, you wouldn't do that in school.
You hear the teacher say, put that toy down when there should be no toy.
So these
You know?
teachers should get a lot more recognition.
Yeah.
You know, so that's something we definitely have to work on.
So we could add, explore different ways
Teacher
we can,
appreciation.
you know, recognize our teachers and show them, our appreciation.
That's hard.
And we can't forget the custodians and the aides. I mean,
Absolutely.
So
That
staff-
includes staff, that
Yeah.
includes everybody, but the teachers, we have to give them their own
Yeah.
recognition, you know?
Special work.
Yes.
it is very, yeah, everyone's enduring a lot of stress and But we do
Parents
appreciate
that are
it.
at home and they can, their own things.
Okay, so explore different ways to recognize teachers and staff / appreciation. And I'll share with you, when I was on my board, we had the same issue. I mean, morale was low and it kept coming up. And so we actually created an ad hoc committee on recognition for staff. That it also included, we used to do like a retirement dinner for those that were retiring. And we did a survey and we found out that they really didn't want that.
Yeah.
They
That's
just
why we
wanted we ended up doing a luncheon. They came over, it was during the day, and they got to, the colleagues, a couple, colleagues that were there. So again, you might want to consider asking the teachers and staff what they would like. Some of them are like, hey, I'm good with the, hey, you did a great job. Some might. want
Maybe they
the-
appreciate more than you're asking on what they,
Yes, exactly. So, that's something to consider. Maybe, putting the,
Sometimes a nice little plaque.
committee
And then
together
all
that would have a few
teachers, unfortunately.
stakeholders, including your teachers, and kind of plan that out. What would that look like? They could plan out what it actually is. You can give a budget, but that way they get some input. And we put out that survey. We were able to hear exactly what staff, wanted, and we just, did things according to what that does.
We, at my job, they started doing like these thank you cards. And it's not like everyone just got a thank you card, but like if you did something, like, you asked me to work on something for you and I did it or whatever, they would send you a thank you card. Like, like my one vice president was like, Sharon, thank you for teaching me the new system and how it works and blah, blah, blah. And that means a lot. Like, you open it and you're like, oh, he took and they were handwritten. It was like, he took the time to like write this card. I got nothing from it other than the card, but it still made you feel good that he at
It's
least
a thought that
appreciated, right, he appreciated the effort that I put into it. And, and then we were all like, how many thank you cards have you got now? How many thank you cards have you got now? Like, it kind of, yeah. And it was something that didn't cost anything.
A lot of organizations are creating wellness.
Yeah,
That
we
they
did
just
too.
reach out, and do certain things. The division, meeting that we normally would have as a dinner, for West Cook this
Yeah.
year is gonna be virtual. It's combined with Three Rivers. It's on October 29th. One of our speakers is a superintendent and assistant, so you might know Teresa Rousey. I don't know if you know yet. But they're talking about social and emotional learning. Social and emotional support
we have that at my job where
for
they give you a day off.
everybody, because that's one thing during all of this, my conversations with board, it's not just about the kids anymore. It's not even just about your staff anymore. We're adding administration and board members. And I asked them to touch on that because everybody needs some wellness. Everybody needs a card. Hey, you did a great job.
Right.
Hey, let move forward and figure out exactly what you want to do. So I don't know if you want to do a committee or maybe a survey.
we actually have one beginning and then COVID interrupted it last year. And I think it was one of our first Zoom meetings with our insurance broker, Connor Gallagher.
Okay.
And Diana is actually on the committee. It was our former HR director as well. And what we're doing is getting the unions involved as well
Okay.
to have this committee to share out. And we do have the mental health visits for the staff. But they're in the beginning stages of brainstorming. But yeah, that is a good way that we did start a little bit that I didn't recall, but, that could impact the retention, yeah.
So we maybe can continue to work for that committee. What is it called? What's
The
it?
wellness committee.
Okay.
Yep.
Are we good? Everybody good with
Yes.
that? And then maybe they can be given the task of maybe developing a survey that can go out to everyone just to get feedback on,
How they would like.
okay.
Yeah, my company, although I don't know the number of teachers we have here, but the general counsel every year, the same year, takes it upon herself with the deputy and the manager to cook breakfast for the entire staff. They bring in the hot plates and bagels and everything, it's not like money or whatever, but it's nice. They took the time, they're cooking meals, they're doing, hey, what do you want, scrambled, that's really.
So our board members have to cook for the whole staff.
Like at my job, they
Oh,
give us
oh.
they give us a wellness and
Keep it
self,
breakfast, it's simple.
Scrambled eggs are
self-care.
easy.
So they give you
Yeah, a little more than
hours
scrambled
for-
eggs.
you could use it between
Bacon.
this date to this date. So you have
Yeah,
like a day off
French
pretty
toast,
much
whole
for yourself,
variety.
for your, like to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
And it's called the wellness, wellness day.
They're just, like me, they're just really pushing, because it's so
Self-care,
easy to not,
self-care.
well, no, it's real easy not to take any time off right now because, we're all working from our houses, we're not, no
But
one's
still,
going anywhere.
that can be
But
draining.
exactly,
You
and they
can
keep
work
pushing,
more
they're
at
like,
home.
look, you've got days, take your days.
Mm.
Even if,
People think
so,
that
I went
because
and got my
you
hair
work
done.
from home, that it may be easier.
no, I
You
work
do
longer.
Much more work.
I
at
work
home,
longer
much
hours.
more work. And you normally, because you
You
figure,
can't
I'm
walk
home.
away from the
It's
office
it's
like
harder
work.
because you have to
I'm
go
working I'm working much more hours than if I was.
Even the mental detachment,
Yeah.
if you think about where your workspace is
Yeah.
at home, mine is in my dining room. I
Mine
walk
too.
past
Same.
that every day,
Yeah.
all day. So even when I shut the computer down, it's like, oh, there it is, there's
Yeah.
work,
Staring at you.
So it's hard, yeah. And then, I get email on my phone, which is a blessing and a curse, at times, because I'm so tempted to just look at emails after hours, but I have to,
Yeah.
shut
Shut
that
down.
off.
That's why
have to.
I take mine away and put it away
Mhm.
for the
Yes.
weekend.
And that's what
Once I
they say.
close it down on Friday, it goes into the corner. I put it, since the laptop, put it away, and it doesn't come back out till Monday morning.
It's hard every
And I don't know if
morning
you
to
guys
get up
are
and
on
motivate
Zoom,
yourself.
but there's a lot of articles out there about Zoom fatigue.
Yeah.
And I just kind of laugh because Zoom stock, anybody into stock, their stock is like skyrocketing. It was like at $500 the other day in a stock.
Yeah.
And it started off at like 90s, something pre-COVID,
Wow.
so they're making, a killing. Everything, you turn around, everybody's on the Zoom. You're gonna go choir rehearsal, it's a Zoom. It's just all, these things.
My nephews
going
had
on.
hockey practice, Zoom.
Oh, that's the part.
Hurry up.
They had hockey practice, Zoom. They did. They worked on drills on their driveway, like each of them worked on drills. With,
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Interesting.
neat.
because if not, they weren't doing it,
Right.
so.
Mhm. Yeah, so it's just important. Everybody needs a little more and a lot more, than what they normally would be getting. So I think it's great that you're recognizing that.
Right, as she mentioned, the days, and do you know how many days and vacation days that I have? Because of I take them, I'm
Yeah,
at home.
That's what I'm saying, I'm at home, I haven't been taking them.
So it's like I get up, if I'm up at 6:30, I'll log on, give them my 70
But you still have to use them
whatever.
because they're, well.
Yeah, I
don't
know,
you
at
have
the
to
end
roll
of
over?
the month, I could only 5 will go over, so I gotta use them, so. But that's the part that who wants to take a vacation, why do you set that up?
I did the other day, get my hair done.
You have to take time. Yeah.
I'll
Go
take
for
it.
it.
One o'clock.
Flights are cheap.
Flights are cheap. I still have a credit from my July vacation I didn't
Oh,
go on.
wow. Right. That's something we're saying, a lot of people has extra money or credits for flights and stays in places and everything like that.
Yeah, I pushed mine back so much because I had a trip plan and just had to keep pushing it back. But I am taking some days off. November is my birthday.
There you
Oh,
go.
nice.
And my husband he said, no, you know what? We're going somewhere for a few days.
There you
So you know, you gotta do it. It's,
That's what we
you know,
did too.
You know
we
what,
don't
we
have
can't
these
keep continue to live
conferences
in
kind of
fear.
get away
Yeah.
with either, you know, it shut down a lot of our avenues of releasing, our avenues of getting away, you know, that we used to be able to do. You know, I was talking with a superintendent, it's like there's no conferences this year. Like, you used to be able to step away from that board work and then go and network and then do, you know, these things, and we don't have that. And we're feeling the effects of it. So it is important, you know, take those days, because, you know, for me, it's mental.
Yeah.
Because I can still, like you said, be at home, you know, but it's like, I just need that mental day to just know I'm totally unplugged. And I don't have to check an email or do a phone call or whatever. So, yeah.
We did that once our vacation was canceled, because Florida at the time we were going was when they were in the middle of their extreme spike, so we had to cancel. I mean, granted, it wasn't the same, but I spent 2 days in Oak Brook at the Oak Brook Hills at the pool.
Yeah. Do what you gotta do.
Not the same, but it was better than nothing. It got me out of my house.
Yeah, we had a flight that, you know, we were going to Vegas, but then we canceled that, and I just drove, you know, sooner or later today when we could, and then we drove. It was a nice, beautiful drive, you know, nice scenery and everything. We spent 5 days, you know, just in the pool and just inside of that place, not going to many places on Branson. So it was nice. It was something different for a change, you know, 'cause you just hop on the plane, go somewhere, and it's kind of like so many hours on a plane. It's weird how they have it, and you have a next door neighbor, so it's across the aisle and or you know staggered, but just to so close, and there's so many hours. What? 2 to 3 hours, and someone coughs, or somebody takes his mask off, they're drinking something. It's just. If you
But there's a
drive,
lot of those places when you get back, you gotta quarantine yourself,
Yeah.
you know, so.
Including Chicago.
Mhm.
People, certain people.
Wisconsin and all that got back up on the list.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, go for climate and culture. So we got a couple of indicators here. So the first one, proactively enhance climate by building relationships, expressing staff appreciation, and creating a welcoming environment in our schools. So items on how this will be implemented need to be included in the strategic plan. And you had your 5 essential survey that you could use as a source. And then also the second one was establish a culture of continuous improvement using the Bernhardt model. Items on how this will be implemented need to be included in the strategic plan. So let's go back to the first one. So proactively enhancing the climate by building those relationships, the staff appreciation, and having a welcoming environment in our schools.
Switch over and I'll show you, give you a preview of the district improvement plan and what we've done there so far. And this was actually one of the things I worked on the district improvement plan. So this here, and I won't go over all this, I'll save it for another presentation. But this here is our district improvement plan, and we have the student growth aspect. Number 2 is what we're working on here, which is the climate culture. So you got climate culture here, and what we use from the 5 essentials data is teachers were concerned about the level of access to collaborate with instructional practices. So it's kind of interesting that one of the concerns they had was the support level on instructional practices. So they didn't have the opportunity to see other teachers teach or get feedback on their practices, which the instructional support system is going to provide just that. So the 2 lowest areas on that were those instructional practices. So we have goals to accomplish that, and who's in charge. You see the coaches, the admin, staff as well. And wrong one. So we made these SMART goals, and what this is, again, they talked about the strategic plan. That's what this is in draft form. We just have the technology goal that I just met with Brad Loy from QNS last week. And I said, hey, we need, and so we're meeting next week, I believe. I'm not sure what time, but we're meeting next week to develop the technology goal. And I'm gonna sit with Ruth and we're gonna create that and look at that budgetary wise and then what we hope to accomplish and what we have already accomplished, because we got a nice jolt with that extra money from the CARES Act. So, but that doesn't mean we don't stop looking forward.
Chris?
Yes.
should we Be able to keep Ruth for another year since, you know, the COVID happened, I mean.
I'll ask again.
I would.
I'll ask again.
You never know.
But to be honest, I don't know that, the idea is not to rely on
I
consultants.
know.
It's that they should give you the tools and then you should be
Like a
self-sustaining.
jumpstart.
Yep. You get things systematic and then you wean yourself off. And I think we're almost there. We're almost there. So, geez. I have an eye doctor appointment finally, guys, so I apologize. And I have these readers, but it's,
Do you want to use my glasses?
if they would work, I would, because I know my eyes just don't focus like they used to.
Wait.
You let it be a computer, Chris, that little Surface thing. I had one for work
But you can make,
and my eyes were just horrible.
you can make the font bigger, you can control the arrow down.
These are no line.
So this is the plan, but we also have action plans. And this one is mine that I did specifically just on the particular goal of climate and culture. And so we took the SMART goal and we broke it down into actions that we're going to accomplish. And you could see Ruth, we comment and we work on this regularly and make comments about what's going good or bad about it. So we have different aspects here: select and train staff on the social emotional learning curriculum and standards. Moving down, social emotional learning, we gotta analyze the curriculum to determine how to infuse the skills, because grit is the one thing on the 5 essentials that we came up very poor, that the kids would kind of give up. And the teachers had concerns that they didn't know how to complete assignments. And so what we're going to do in this social emotional learning component of the day is help reinforce that and set lessons that enforce grit so that the kids they persevere. And so basically you see we have the district improvement plan, we have the action plans, which is more focused, and then at the schools, their school improvement plans will support these plans as well, and our focus will be very, very precise based on data. We use the Bernhardt model to analyze the data, and so we're continuing there. So we have a good jump start. We just got to get better at using it and make it more habitual so that we do it every BLT and every DLT meeting.
A BLT sounds good right about
Yeah.
You know what? Pretty soon we'll have sandwiches coming at 11:30.
Okay, so that was pretty much to substantiate the goal 2 of that Bernhardt model. And then the first one, that building the relationships, the staff appreciation, welcoming environment, you kind of tackled that in that last one with some of those things. So is there anything you want to add in regards to maybe building relationships and welcoming environments in the schools?
Ooh, a big step we did take there is hiring the parent liaisons.
Oh,
And they're bilingual. Majority of our subpopulations are Hispanic and speak Spanish. That's not all of them. There's Polish as well. But we felt with that large population that it was important to have a Spanish speaker or bilingual of some sort. And then I think we have 3 or 4 of those positions filled now.
Do we have anyone that held a survey? Because I know we have a big survey.
I was just gonna say that, we've got a big Serbian.
Oh, Serbian.
That helps?
Not off the top of my head, that I know.
I think Lions holds a big Serbian population.
We do, we have a huge Serbian population.
Okay, so anything else to consider when you're talking about building those relationships and establishing the welcoming school environments? So you got the parent liaison. Okay,
You know what?
and do you consider this a work in progress? as
Definitely.
well?
Yeah, especially since
Okay.
there's nobody in school right now.
But one aspect I want, and it is part of one of Ruby's goals that is gonna tie to this. And I'm actually, my dissertation is going to be on this, and that's what I'm working on currently. And so it's gonna get deep, it's gonna go deep, but it's the culturally responsive teaching and leading standards from Illinois. And I'm doing my work with that, and that is going to focus on many of these issues. And we were doing it as, I forget what goal,
What's the name of it again, Chris? I'm sorry.
culturally responsive teaching and leading standards. And so I'm developing actually a survey with all this from different perspectives, the student, staff, and the parent/community perspective. And we're gonna do a pre and a post to measure how we're performing. And it incorporates not just one, like not just Hispanic students. It talks about using information and strategies that relate to kids and makes it personally meaningful and relevant. So if a student is from China or Vietnam, that we use strategies, there's one little simple example is, there's like a poster, and you could use this honestly for all ages. It came from the elementary, but it's called It's All About Me. And I've used it with adults. And you write stuff about you.
I use it in
Right.
my workshop.
Right? It's really good. So then you gear your content, your teaching, you keep this stuff, and you keep in mind what kind of music kids like. And so you find literature or things that they can read that relate to that. You find out their cultures. You find out what they like, what sports. And then you use teaching content that relates to that, and it makes it much more engaging, and the kids stay more interested. So that's a lot of, it's not all, but it's a lot of what are in those standards. But those standards do break off to students, staff, and the community and how to get them involved. So that is also gonna feed this. But me and Ruby have it in another area. But it will really impact this climate and culture too.
Okay, so I have it's a work in progress. You're using the culturally responsive teaching and reading standards. And you're looking to develop a pre-post survey to get feedback on personally relevant education. Okay. Anything else in this area you want to consider?
Chris killed it.
Okay, and then with the number 2, the Bernhardt model. What do y'all think with that?
And I think we're almost at a point, I want to finish the technology goal. And then hopefully in October, I'll present.
Work in progress as well?
Yes,
Okay.
because it is, you can see it's almost there. We have our goals. We have the financial, we have the buildings and grounds and whatnot, but the technology is empty. And so once that is filled, I'm prepared to present that to you probably in October, in that meeting, to just present the district improvement plan that we've kind of finalized. And it supports all these areas. A little more precise on the student data, and it's a three-year plan right now. It's looking at 3 years. I've been working, guys. I promise you.
I wish you would, work a little harder.
And honestly, self-reflecting, and it's showing up today, and this is me. I enjoy the work, and I forget to celebrate.
You're highly passionate about it.
Yeah.
And I enjoy it,
We're
but,
celebrating for you.
well, no, but the staff, I need that committee to keep me regular. I'm recognizing, because I forget that maybe, it's not as, it's just something that I enjoy, and I don't look at it as something, it's really just very infatuating in a sense to me that doing this kind of work, but not everyone is that interested in it to that level, and I forget to celebrate the little victories that we've gotten, and
Because for you, it's self-satisfaction.
Yeah.
So that's your celebration.
Yeah.
So I love that you recognize that, sometimes as leaders, how many of you ever worked for a boss or a supervisor that's, because they're just so focused. A lot of times it's about that bottom line or it's that passion, like you're saying, that, hey, we got it done. That's good enough for me. Because the ball does fall into your court, right? So with the superintendent, it's all about getting it done, and then you love the work.
Yeah.
So it is good sometimes as leaders, like what you're even doing today, to stop and say, we can't be so focused on the end goal, like we're talking about goals today, right? We can't be so focused on the goals that we forget the in between.
the people and
forget
what
to
their
celebrate.
struggle is. And
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Wonderful. Okay, anything else to add to that? Sounds like you got it all mapped out really well. So a lot of this is laying the framework, the written, setting those dates. I saw those dates up there too. So a lot of that frame, like when you're building that house, the frame is there. So this next year, you're gonna start adding that drywall and all the
maybe
beautiful
we'll get to
stuff.
some furniture.
Okay, so we got two more. Area 5, your finances. Be fiscally responsible while maintaining solvency and establish a culture of transparency. Again, connected to that strategic plan. So go ahead, Chris.
Sheila did, a lot of good work on this, and if you heard her, at the budget meeting, this past meeting, we did take a $1.5 million deficit and brought it down to $47,000 deficit. Now, we did get clobbered a little bit with a couple of tax revenue structures that were decreased. But with some of the dynamics, we have a good eye in our meetings, our cabinets and our district leadership team meetings. Sheila is so articulate in discussing the ebbs and flows, because right now we don't have extracurriculars. So we're gaining a little money there, but that tax hit, I think she said a 17% decrease. I can't remember exactly if anybody remembers. But, in that property tax revenue took a hit. So we're trying to balance these things, and she's constantly got her eye on it. But, it's never done. That is never done, but I think
Progress.
the culture within our teams, we are saying, do we have the money? Or language on items. For example, when we're looking at the metrics, we have a draft in place right now of how to use the metrics to come back, and it says, do we have enough staff? I said, we gotta change that language. That gives the illusion that we may be hiring additional staff and we don't have it in the budget. So that's the kind of changes we've had happen where
It can be misinterpreted just by using.
I'd say in the past, we were pretty loose with our money. And we've really cut down and become more, but admittedly, I cut a little too much here, with that position here in accounts payable. So that, we cut a little too much. When we cut too much, sometimes we gotta come back and adjust.
But let me stop you there. You said something when you first started talking. You had a deficit of what?
1.5 million.
And where are you now?
$47,000 deficit.
How big of a difference is that?
Oh, it's huge.
See,
Yeah.
It
as
happens
he
fast.
said,
Celebrate
he's
the
not
moment.
celebrating, but he's.
Celebrate.
working
But
towards
see,
that
and he
goal.
keeps pushing. He
Celebrate.
keeps going, he forgets.
He wants,
That's
do.
he
huge.
wants to
That's
have a
good.
balanced
That's
budget.
huge, especially in the state of Illinois, where the bulk of districts, there's a large amount of districts that are carrying deficit. So to be able to come from that to where you are now, even if you feel like, hey, we may have cut a little bit too much, here, still celebrate.
Yeah.
Because, that's one of the biggest challenges, of course, because you're dealing with taxpayer dollars, right? I always say you have taxpayers most prized, what am I trying to say? Whatever, most important things to them. Their children
And their money.
and their money.
That's
Prized
huge.
possessions, that's all they know.
The things you don't play with.
Exactly. That's when they'll show up, right? Won't come to maybe any other meeting, but don't mess with their money, don't mess with their kids.
Absolutely.
So to be able to say we're being fiscally responsible with taxpayer dollars, look at what we're doing. I remember conversations where we would want to do things and we'd have, community members come to board meetings and say, hey, I will support whatever you're doing. If I know you too are looking at your finances and you're making those sacrifices if they need to be made. So that's something to celebrate. That's something to stop and say.
And that's a big amount. It's a big
Exactly.
amount. You know,
Exactly.
That's why
Others may
whenever
not
I
see
question
that,
something
but-
on the agenda, you can ask Chris. I'll come up and say, whose idea is this? Say, it's mine, and here's why. I'll say, okay, you're doing a good job. I support you in everything you want. I just had to clarify. And then, when we come to session, pretty much I will endorse just about anything he asks for, because he's proven now. He's getting the school back on track. This
Yeah.
district.
For being here 1 year, I think he's come a long way.
Oh, yeah.
He's come a long way.
He's brought our school district a long
Yes.
way. So I think
I appreciate
that person.
Yes. So we know it's a work in progress with the finances, kind of looking at exactly what needs to be cut, what doesn't need to be cut, because of course we don't want to operate on bare bones and make major sacrifices that could unfortunately affect kids or staff in a negative way. So anything else when it comes to finances? Sounds like you're a finance person.
She is
That's
great.
key.
Businessman.
You
And
need
I've had a few
someone with the
convers-
Hawkeye.
I've also had a few
Right.
conversations
She's
with
so
Sheila, very
spoken, but
good.
she is on the ball, and she's.
She's awesome.
She's top
Okay.
shelf, very good.
So kind of continue with what you're doing, sounds like. So we could just leave this as a work in progress if there's nothing
Right.
additional.
Very transparent. I like her. When we have a question, she's very clear. Or she makes sure we understand.
Okay, goal area 5, this is your facility. I'm sorry, 6.
You take it away there.
So, enhance facilities to yield an improved, positive, and safe learning environment. Again, connected to that strategic plan. So complete a facilities assessment and develop a facilities maintenance plan. And then your data resource there was facilities assessment report, monitoring that back in March. And then the second data source was completed facilities maintenance plan. So
That one, I would say we're at the very beginning stages. We just got we had an individual who unfortunately couldn't be at work for reasons. And now have separated and have a facilities director who can now begin to lead the staff and start to fulfill this vision. And so he's only been on since May, I believe, late May or so. And so I need to get him up to speed with the plan. We've been in somewhat survival mode lately, so this is something I need to pick up and get moving to the next level.
If this was something you could have been working on over the summer. So.
okay, so we have a plan.
We need a plan.
We have a new director who.
You have a
step
new-
is to
We need a plan. We
Yeah.
don't have one.
To develop
Okay.
the plan.
So we don't have a plan.
Right, we do
Okay,
not.
so get the director up to speed with the plan as far as developing the plan?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And, how about the facilities assessment? Have we started that work yet?
Not
We
yet.
need to start the facility assessment work.
But he's been pretty good about, giving us some sort of, details on some of the buildings and things of the nature.
Oh, yeah.
He's good at-
It is great to have a director in place. It was just, nobody's fault. It was just dealing with unfortunate circumstances in the past for the other individual. But it is good to have a director. We were moving with patching up, that entire year. We, until May, my whole time here, I had a director there for a little bit, but fell on some hardships and now we're back up at full speed and moving forward. But yes, he's,
So we want to
Great work
continue with
ethic.
the facility work that we started. So it's a work in progress, get facilities director up to speed with developing a plan, start facility assessment work, continue with facility work.
yes, that sounds right on.
What kind of happens, he's been doing the other schools, I suppose.
Don't forget
He's
when
been
he's,
doing a lot of work,
But the rest
individual
we
work,
started
but
before him.
the goal here, you see how everything else is pretty structured and you know where you're going? It's not us, see the bad habits, and it can look like good work. Like, I'm not saying anyone was not doing good work, trying to do things in the past, but it wasn't structured and focused. And so right now, he's doing good work. He's helping catch us up, put out fires.
once he walked in, he started with roofing projects right away on his
Yes.
plate, which is no small task.
But what
So-
those things are focused on is the facilities assessment and the facilities plan that focuses all that work to make sure we're budgeting appropriately year by year, that we'll be able to hit the most important things first.
Right, we used to do that with Mr. Sheehy when he was here.
We have
He
to
would give
plan
us
for our infrastructure projects coming forth. You and I went to that one seminar that gives you a good, it gave us a lot of information on going forward, how, and especially with 6 buildings, how in detail, every building you have to go through to your assessment. Then you can start projecting the long term, because these buildings only last so long, depending on the maintenance plan that's put in place.
Right, and our buildings are extremely,
right,
other
they're
than
old.
GW, they're extremely old.
They're older, they require maintenance, and they're gonna require some infrastructure projects coming forward.
And that's no reflection negatively on anybody.
No.
It's just.
It's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, and now that he's in place, he's got his bearings about him. It takes you a few months just to understand,
Just to get to know 6 buildings.
pick up where you're at and learn, and he's done that quickly. And we're gonna continue, but now we have to get organized. That's basically all it's saying, but we'll get that moving.
Okay. Okay, so that's your 6.
Ah.
It sounds like you all have made a lot of progress in spite of. Because even from October to March, that was 6 months.
Yeah, Chris kept on working throughout, even though all that was covered.
Yeah.
Everything else that we blame it on, but that plan, I had talked to Chris, he had a whole wall filled up with, I don't know, it looked like Egyptian.
The way to describe Chris is he's
And I said,
highly
this is
passionate
great, so I'm like,
about what.
yeah, I don't see it, but then he started explaining.
That's his way of
And that was throughout-
understanding. Everybody's different, right?
But you know what, I've been in a lot of school buildings, and when you see walls like that, I call them a war room.
Mhm.
That shows you you're making data-driven decisions. You know, this is something, because I'm sure you're not just putting things up there to decorate the walls. I'm sure you're coming back and revisiting and having discussions and taking something off. Same thing we're doing here. And that's how organizations, school districts should be run. You know,
I always say that is very important because we all have our thoughts, opinions, and feelings, right? Kind of going back to that whole robocall thing, right? But what does the data say? You know, because we don't want to put all this effort and money over here if the data is saying, no, this is what we need. Because we'll put the money here and it'll be wasted, right?
Let me show you, if I could, real quick,
I didn't wear
what you're talking about, but this year's version. And I should have brought that up, but it's in the beginning stages, and until this is done, like, it's funny, my leadership style is very open to sharing power, but in this weird sense, on a very big scale, I do get really anxious if things aren't organized, but it's hard to see because I look at things big. And so until this happens, I'm gonna have some anxiety, and I'll show you what it's not done yet, but it is something we're working on to get us a little more organized concretely week by week this year. And usually it'd be done, but you know, just a lot, survival mode is in place right now. And it's this here. So this is a much nicer version of what George was talking about. And it's for this school year, not 2012. That's a typo up there. But if you look at this, you got the DLT and the cabinet. And we have August, we have the month here, September, October, and where we need to be and where we're going. Oop.
I remember, Chris, you had just had a meeting with the staff and the cabinet, and you had it all drafted or rough in the board, you know, right on the board. And it was like, I mean, but, you know, he started explaining all the steps, and I was like, wow, that is, it's a lot of data to kind of sink in one sit, but it was good. I mean,
But you talked about systems.
Yes.
When I've seen certain districts and they've had a lot falling apart, a lot of times those systems are not in place. You need a system in place for things to run smoothly, and it has to be a framework for the foundation to be there and giving those expectations that hold people accountable. So all of that, your systems, your framework, and those expectations, those are three major things that need to be in place for the organization to flow.
And let me show you what that does. I always look at a big boulder. And it's not that nobody's work, because everyone, even under that circumstance where you're not focused, everyone's working probably harder.
Yeah.
They're pushing and they're pushing and they're pushing and they're pushing and they're not moving. And my job is to get them all here, get all these people moved over, and to push the same way.
Get everybody in the same direction, right?
And that's what all this does for me. It helps me get everyone aligned to try to push together. And so you can see I got the principles. Oop, wrong one. So DLT and cabinet up there. And it goes down to principles there. What is up with this thing?
You need a mouse.
User error.
Maybe. Principals there. I got it now. Coaches, teachers, EL support staff, special ed staff, and even the parapros, all on this so that we know how we need to guide them and help us get organized to know what we're doing month by month, week by week. How is this all pointing and focusing to the district improvement plan that we have in place?
Nice.
That's So it's pretty deep, but it's getting there. And it's not done, but we're working.
Make good headway for a short time.
Like I said, we're getting the skeleton in place. We hope to put the drywall and everything coming up soon.
Don't call me, I promise.
It will, then you can start getting the furniture.
I need to have.
Okay, so we'll take a break time. I don't know if you're.
Yeah.
Step out and do your lunch.
You know, the lunch is coming soon,
Okay.
so
Well, I'm gonna step outside
Just
for a minute.
take a break until it's
Yeah,
done.
yeah. How are we doing on time?
Oh, man.
Okay.
Yeah, because when they get the food up.
Mhm.
So maybe we could get back. Oh, I think it's coming up.
Maybe we could cut it down a little bit from there.
Maybe to 11.
Okay.
Okay, so the next one is just, prices. Great work.
Need a water or anything, or you good?
Oh, I have one over there. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I'm good, thanks.
Oh, great. You know what, Dr. Hall, the food is here, so maybe we'll take
Awesome.
our little break now, start it earlier, and then we'll get back.
I can stop.
We'll be back at a certain time.
Okay.
We'll get to it officially.
They're out there smoking, they're.
Are you coming back?
Yeah, they're out there.
They did go far, so they can get a little more, couple more puffs.
Yeah.
As they walk back, right?
Well, I'll come back whenever you guys make your decision.
The Cubs got them socks last night pretty good.
What was the score last night?
10-0.
Nice.
What are you talking about?
Nice.
Oh,
I'm a touchdown. My daughter had a softball game.
Why
It
did
didn't
that have
end.
to happen? Like, they've been doing so horribly. And then all of a sudden they just kind of get their own.
That's underestimated.
Sometimes bats get cold, you know?
Yeah, you're right.
The Sox are in a little bit of a slump right now, I think.
Happens. Better to do it now than during the playoffs.
Yeah, but they make the playoffs.
Can't
That's,
win them all.
That's what I'm saying, but it's better to get your slump out of the way now than to start
Then
slumping in the
do that
playoffs.
in playoffs and then.
It's bad enough Sunday's game, I've already got concerns for the Bears. Since Khalil Mack's probably not playing. They're not saying what's wrong, but he's been shifted,
Yeah,
he's out
it really
questionable
does.
for Sunday.
King did pretty decent for his first game.
I'm looking forward to the new Steeler that we just stole.
Who's that?
what was his name? I forget. He's off their practice squad, but he's supposed to be a beast.
Okay.
So,
Hey, 2-0 is not easy.
especially with Mitch.
Yeah, they won ugly, but they still win.
Again, especially with Mitch. So,
Those are nail biting games. I don't like those kind of games.
Like, had a person.
Well, the food's already here, so we're gonna formally take a vote.
We need a vote.
Okay. Hand sanitizer is, ew. I gotta go wash my hands.
Okay.
Don't touch nothing.
okay, what time are we taking this break?
So we are taking our break at 11:22.
Why are all the clocks?
All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
All right, 11:22 for one break.
Sorry, I mean.
And just, you
You
know,
can pause it.
we have an estimate of when we return.
You wanna pause this?
We're literally to state.
Just a second.
Right?
And then I have a question.
Yeah, but I know she wants us to get a little bit back on track, so you want to shoot for 11:50?
Half
Half hour.
hour. Much.
11:45? I don't know, what do you guys think?
Is that good? Go for it, Carl?
That only leaves us with about only an hour,
20 minutes.
15 minutes.
To go.
Break.
Oh, you mean for, yeah, because
Do we have
the
enough
second
time?
part will probably
Just
be
over an
about
hour?
an hour to hour and
11:45.
So the sooner we get back, the less time we have to stay after.
a half.
Okay.
Let's
So
do
just,
that.
just informing the public that we plan to return around 11:45.
Did you just want me to stop the recording or end?
Not yet, just
Okay.
want to announce that we'll be coming back around 11:45.
Yes, so we're taking a break at 11:22, which it did, coming back at 11:40.
Okay.
You can pause, yeah. I don't know if you want to shut it or pause it, whatever you, I guess shut it.
Okay. Hmm.
One 49. Should we take a roll call? Or why? Okay, yeah, let's take a roll call.
Okay, Olivia Quintero,
Yes, here.
Vito Campanone,
Yes.
Winifred Rodriguez.
Here.
George Torres.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Closed
so,
session.
we've already talked a little bit about, COVID-19, first it pops up, right? So like I said, we've been in a crisis, this year, started off and now, when you look at COVID, you've had, some racial issues. You've had, these fires, economic things going on, people losing jobs, just all of this, that we are facing, and some people facing all of that, So it's just a year of,
You know,
To say the least, right?
it's just kind
Anything
of,
can
Almost
happen.
homes.
you know, and it's kind of one of those things where you're scared to think what's, you know, like, and I try not to be like that, but it's almost like, you know, that, then you have the election that's coming up and all of that, you know.
That within itself is always so intense,
It
you know, for the
is.
president.
And then we
And now
lost
with all
the
these
Supreme
other
Court
things.
justice, and
You okay?
it's like,
Yeah.
wow.
No, everything is all cleaned up.
They asked for me, I had to use the bathroom.
Okay.
Thank you.
His might not be muted,
Oh, no.
maybe. Jonathan?
Yeah. Especially we're doing all the virtual.
So many stories nowadays about the Google Meet and Zoom and all that stuff. People on top of all those people that kind of break into those meetings and do stuff.
Mm-hmm, yeah,
Crazy.
yeah, it's been crazy. Murder hornets,
Yeah.
and even some school districts just having some crazy stuff happen. But anyway, so yeah, we have all these things going on. So let's talk about what a crisis is. You probably already have an idea, right? We're living through it. But these are some of those definitions: a time of intense difficulty, trouble, or danger. I believe it's intense. There's some difficulty, there's been some trouble, some danger, right? A time when a difficult or important decision must be made often involves a turning point, critical point, or crossroad, right? Because it kind of catapults you into these situations, you got to make a decision. You got to go left, right, forward, back, up, down, you know, all of that. So all of that. It's also a time to reflect. A time to reflect, respond, and recover. Think of in your own mind maybe a personal crisis you may have won. And think about sometimes you have to stop and say, I gotta be away from this. Let me get my mind right. Like something, right? Let me stop, reflect. Then I need to respond, right? And ultimately recover, right? And it's usually the time for help. Because what happens if you don't get help? You're gonna stay in these other things, right? Okay. So crisis 2020, got the coronavirus cases, George Floyd incident that just kind of catapulted the whole movement still going on. Looking at all the job crisis, people losing their jobs and all those things. And it hits home in our education world, right? Right here in Illinois. Good old Illinois State Board of Ed. I'm sure you love them, Chris. Superintendent's getting those updates for those governor, you know, executive orders that are coming. Everybody's waiting on, you know, pins and needles. What's gonna happen? Is it gonna be renewed? If we put something out, a lot of times on a Thursday or Friday, and say, hey, you gotta do this, this, and that. So that feeling is not a broad national, it's hitting home, even, you know, even with COVID. You know, you probably know somebody that had COVID or has COVID or died from COVID. I personally know 6 people that passed away from COVID. So it's even hitting harder with some other people, you know? Anybody watch those press conferences?
Okay, does it still count if I watch it strictly for the sign language guy?
I know. That was a topic of discussion. Who are these sign language people? Because they do it with so passion.
Yeah.
I've never seen it done
I
like
know,
that.
me either.
But they're also a topic of discussion, right? And actually, I know a few people because of that want to learn it. You know, which is very interesting. But yeah, those press release and we're used to teaching our little ones the ABC song, right?
Now you do it to wash your hands.
There you go. There's a PPE song. I don't know if you guys have seen that video.
I haven't.
Get a chance, look it up.
Haven't seen it.
Yeah. So we're going from that regular education.
Wow.
It's changing. You said it earlier, Sharon. Kindergartners starting school on a laptop. Or, you know, you start to get niece where teacher said, don't sit on the bed. Was it your daughter? Don't sit on the
And
bed.
my daughter.
But you know what I noticed? A lot of these people that have kids, they haven't even gone to school. They are so articulated with the phone. They know how to unlock it.
Oh,
They
yeah.
know how to find whatever they're looking for on YouTube or whatever else
Everything's
is there.
technology now.
Yeah.
They
You know,
are
technology
savvy
is gonna
at 4
continue
years
to be
old.
used.
Younger than that, I've seen.
Yeah.
They can,
Oh, yeah.
and then there's my husband who can barely navigate Facebook.
Exactly. But it's changing. So I want you to think about something. And I said this to the last board I did education. I had a superintendent say to me, education will not be the same. It's just the way we've known it exactly that way. It's just not gonna be, you know, the same. We've learned a lot in this. We've learned what we thought we couldn't do, we can do.
I think a lot of things are gonna be that way going
Yes,
forward.
exactly.
Things are not gonna change. Even
Things are-
if you have the, room for coming back to square one before the pandemic, I think that a lot of things are not going to change. Like, you work from home, maybe your job is just gonna be from home.
My job is more than likely gonna end up staying at home, because they found that,
It
that the
works.
work it works.
It
Work-
worked.
Work
That's
didn't
what
drop
we're finding
off.
out.
A lot of these downtown
Yeah.
firms are downsizing.
So we already got an email saying, oh, it works, so we're gonna look to shorten our real estate footprint. We're gonna start with our corporate headquarters downtown, and they've already getting out of the lease for their bigger office, and
Yeah.
they're finding something smaller where people would just come in for meetings
I'm
or.
hearing a lot of that, so
Yeah.
if you guys
Like
have you heard of the
Exactly.
WeWork station? Have you seen those, these temporary working stations? So basically, they're like an office space, but you can come in and rent space. It doesn't have to be your space, so kind of make
Yeah,
like.
they're like
we say
hubs.
two. Yes,
For
yeah.
like.
And they were
like meetings.
already, yeah, they were already starting. And if you go downtown, you might see WeWork. If you see those, that's some of those, these have been in place a few years now. There's some in Springfield, you know, that I've been, where I've had meetings down there. So a lot of those things, like the Zoom, I didn't know Zoom existed before this.
Right.
Yeah.
We were on conference calls if I was on a committee and, you know, and, you know, whatever. I didn't even know that existed.
There were Zoom doctor's appointments, like if you weren't
Zoom
going in,
docs.
if you weren't going in for a specific
Yeah.
issue, they were Zooming you with doctor's appointments, and it was just, you know, okay, what's, you know, what are your symptoms, what's your ailment, that kind of thing.
But Zoom is just an upgrade of Skype. If you look
It
at that way.
It is.
It is,
You know,
absolutely.
Skype's been around, my daughter was in Iraq, we would Skype, you know,
Right.
so I mean, whether it started there or because of that, but it was around, now it's just an upgrade and you can do more, have more people on the same call
Mhm.
versus a Skype call.
That's true.
Now they're using also Teams.
Right,
Yeah,
so
Microsoft
We
Teams,
use
that's what we use.
Teams and I
Yeah.
have.
Yeah, we're getting rid of Skype
We
and going.
got rid of Zoom and did Teams.
We
Like,
probably
this is more
discovered
people.
more in 2020 than we have in the
Right.
last 10 years.
Right.
You got a 7-year-old say, is anything gonna get back to normal? It's like,
Yeah.
no.
It will never be the same.
Something will never change.
Yeah, so we know that we are in, you know, a mode of, I think we kind of went through the little 5 stages of grief.
Yeah.
It's kind of, you know, what we, and now we're at the point where it's acceptance, right? So what do we do moving forward with what we have to ensure success for our kids? So, before we get started, we're gonna do a think, pair, share activity. And what I would like for you to do is the person you're closest with, as comfortable as you feel, you know, keeping your distance, feel about these two things. How are you doing in all of this? Okay? And what have you learned about yourself and your role as a board member or superintendent? So first, I just want you to kind of talk with each other. Hey, how are you doing in all of this? And just share, some of the things that maybe your fellow board member doesn't know. One of the things that I think can be, kind of a tragedy when you're on board is you really don't get the time to share personal feeling, because you come in and it's all about, oh, that board work and this. But this is a moment to just get to hear from your fellow members of the team and just take in maybe some things that you need to understand. Maybe there's some personal things. If you feel comfortable sharing, how has COVID impacted you or your family or your neighborhood, or just sharing some of that. So that's what I want to do. So I want to give you maybe 10 minutes. Is that too long, or 10 minutes? Good. Okay, 5 minutes, 5 and 10. Okay. Okay. How are you doing in all of this? What have you learned about yourself and your role? Okay. Okay.
How are you on yourself?
Depends on the day, right?
True.
During certain
Or your internet connection. So,
that was definitely true. Yeah, and it's just it's just an adjustment. I always thought working from home.
Honestly, I didn't hear it the first time, like when I was going to work every day, I was like,
And
I would love to work.
stress of like,
Not so much.
is everything
you're in about
okay?
that, my sister works, I was like, oh, she's in Texas. She goes to hub every now and then.
Right,
She wants
there's a
to get
lot
out of
of
the house.
Yeah.
fear,
And I was
mixed
like,
with
I
this
wish
unknown, just go
now
shop.
easy,
It
but
was like,
go
wait,
downstairs, log on.
it's a lot more
But after
normal.
doing it for so long, I mean,
Feels
granted, I
easier,
go, I
I
can't wait
like
for Mondays, I go to work on
and
Mondays.
Yeah.
I go for 4 or 5 hours, come back,
the biking.
but it's
Really
out.
separated.
Thank
Dry
goodness,
ice,
Indiana
if
didn't.
I'm not driving there, it's just a
Yeah.
sport, and that's it.
And the kids still have.
So when I go there, I
She's
just
so
go
used to
for
it.
or
So,
Too much.
relax.
And it was
So
like
he kind of
hustle.
So
like,
I get more work
It's
done,
like,
copies, bring it
I know, I
But
start my
since
day out.
the kids were back in school,
Yeah, I get it.
it's a lot more
Yeah, I'm
normal.
still right with that.
I mean, there are advantages to being
Yeah, I don't let it,
It's been going since
I can
June.
do a little laundry.
There's one.
I've been baking more than I should ever do.
Yeah.
1 month.
Stuff like that, but then there's the,
And,
what's for lunch? Sharon,
restaurants
look at
open
this,
really
and
well.
I'm like, no, Sharon's working,
For
Sharon's
me,
on a
that's
short
hard.
call, Sharon can't be reading. Sharon doesn't care about your lunch, you're 22.
Yeah,
Go
it's
for it.
like-
You're right about that, because that's
You would.
my daughter.
Not now.
What do we do?
Yeah.
Well, what would you have done if I wasn't here?
And that's what I say all the time too. What if I was at work?
But I get with the laundry, you're right, because I do laundry like every other day.
Yeah.
You know, and then when the weekend is, I got the weekend free,
Exactly.
but again, I stay in the house, do a little crafting or whatever. And it's like, when they come, so I can go or be out for a couple hours.
Well, or it's just talking to other people. I mean, not that you don't love your family, but it's like, I'm gonna talk to you people, but only you people, it's hard. I want to talk to other people.
Wow.
And my daughter, she works 5 days a week. And she has 2 conference calls, 9:30 and 2 o'clock. So she's on her calls and does whatever. Her office area is my dining room table. Mine, I have one of these desks like right out by my windows, so it's right there by the TV. So when they're watching TV, it's in my ear. It's like,
Oh, man.
no, turn it down.
Yeah.
I have a den that, I got all my craft stuff in. But I don't want to do those. I want to be upstairs with everybody. Maybe I should be downstairs and just
I
maybe
know,
enjoy
I've
myself
learned more to-
and be at peace more downstairs. But then I would probably just have working for somebody. So I don't want to do that. So,
Yeah. I do tend to put the TV
Try to
down
learn.
for the noise, but then I'll be like, oh, I like that episode of Friends, like, yeah, I know.
like,
But see, the difference for me too, though, I'm married 31 years in 2 weeks.
Great calm down.
Thank you. What is the point of that?
Yeah.
For 28 years, my husband's worked.
I still go to work.
He would leave the house at like 10, he'd come home at 7 in the morning. Yeah, he doesn't,
You
he
had
retired,
one-on-one.
well, he was off sick.
Yeah.
Prior to COVID, and then he retired April 30th during.
Financially.
So, him retiring is one thing, but now me being home and with him when he worked Sunday night
Yeah, that's tough, obviously.
till Friday morning. That's the only reason we lasted there. We were only together on the weekend. Now we're together all the time. Well, it's like a little too much together time. You know.
I'm giving you like,
Oh, yeah.
Halloween tailgate.
you know, work, comes home, I go off.
He's still in good shape, yeah.
Not the weekends, like, I got up at 6 to go golfing, like, I'm there, you know, my daughter's sleeping, and everybody's quiet time. Then when you have a ball there, it's just like,
See, you found something.
work, so don't make it yourself.
Yeah.
You know, whatever you want.
Personal.
So it's different.
And I struggle with that.
You're not, so,
Everybody else. I think that's
just
just
like other than.
mom.
Too crazy, just to
I
stop.
think it's that time.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not, because
Make your own.
I don't get to talk
And I
to
don't
my
know.
coworkers, which may be a good thing.
That's
But,
the problem.
you know,
That's the problem.
The interaction with other people besides
Yeah,
your family.
right.
So,
Yeah.
Keep my mind
That's what it
going.
is.
I call it.
So good health.
That's great.
But,
Any of my grades got that.
you know, it is what it is.
My garden.
So it definitely has.
I like my house.
yeah.
I feel like an extra hour of sleep, I guess.
Is that the one over,
Me too, 'cause I used to, like, keep my house, I would walk by six.
Which one is?
Now it's like, Monday, I'm still gone by 6, so if I make it to work like, you know, I start at the time I get there.
My personal.
Okay.
You know what, I just started doing, my sister, take my time, go to bed.
Go downstairs, log on by 7, and I'm good to go.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like zone out.
Yeah, I actually start working half hour earlier than I used to because I don't have the drive.
And it's like, it's like, you're there, log on 7,
And I just,
I'll log on
I
at
just,
6:30.
sit there in my bed.
So, I'm downstairs, I'm up, I'm gonna log on, it's in my emails. You know, I started work, so there you go.
That's what I figured, yeah.
Yeah,
So they're definitely getting more time out of me than before.
I know, because I have some people that will start
When you have a baby, when you have kids. it's
I log off
hard.
work, and they'll start emailing me like.
Yeah, mine are done. Yours are already.
I'll log it off,
past.
but then it's like, okay, I'll do it, so.
Yeah, I've done that
Turn them
for
off, turn them on, shut the
Same thing,
door.
like they'll email me like
And they're fine.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
But they can't do that.
Like, okay, I want to send them a reminder, okay, we're not in the office, so, you know, I am not there when you stop me, but then it's like, no, again, I don't want to be rude. So I do it, it's like, what is it?
I didn't have
But
time.
now I
You know, I watched all the episodes, I watched,
Gets me
you know, I'm
More
like, so,
supporting Netflix than anyone should ever have to watch.
I know, I'm so tired of watching TV.
I feel that.
So, but what more can I say?
Well, I was smoking my bar all night.
Smoking around.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm right there in the patio door, so I'll lock the door, go out there, smoke, and it's like, at work, I went to have my break, I went to lunch. And there
I
was
think
like,
it was a hit me.
that's a bad habit, but.
See, where I find that I eat less at home than at work.
Really?
Yeah, because at home I have to do it myself.
Yeah.
Where at work, I walk down to the cafe, and make me
Yeah,
breakfast,
yeah,
so I don't bring
I
lunch
think
till
I'll
the
put that
dinner.
right away.
And then being in an office the size that we were, someone was always either bringing something in or taking something or candy on their desk. You know, so I would give them where at home, because like the stuff that I do, I'd be doing it, you know, it's stuff you do every day. So it's kind of like routine for you. So then I would eat while I was doing it. Where now, if I'm doing something
My best friend.
and like the computer's taking its time or doing whatever.
Okay, 1 minute.
I'm like, well, let me wash these dishes, or they'll throw a load of laundry. So I'm eating.
Your husband, like, he doesn't, it would, if you were working at work.
Yeah.
That's what I
There's
do.
a
I'll straighten up.
Me too, and it's like, I'm tired.
You know, like you said, it's not gonna go back to the
No
city.
laundry.
I bet you will always have a remote
So,
learning.
Yeah, my weekends are mine again. I don't have to worry about
Our education.
doing laundry.
Because that's what you do.
Right.
You know, I mean, during the week I would straighten up, but on Saturday, it was sweeping my house, you know, doing all that, doing the laundry and.
Yeah.
You're right, the weekends, like, what do you do now? I don't like going out to the store, then
Yeah.
I'm spending money.
I'm doing that online.
I know, but you know, you go to the store, you figure you're gonna go buy a certain thing by the time you get home.
You got 20 things in your cart.
And
Yeah.
you spend like $200.
Focus on everybody else.
Well, you're right, you do that live, and you got
But on the other
Amazon, so
side,
easy.
Amazon, yesterday, 2 packages from
you
Target.
just learn better than that.
No, I have to
And then
say,
now
like,
it's why we
I
should
want
even
the
if we
pickups
can, you know, like.
to continue after COVID. I love the drive up pickups. Like when I leave here, I'm driving up to PetSmart, they're gonna bring my dog food out and put it in my car. You don't even have to get out of the car.
That's nice.
I'm liking
We'll
those.
see, we'll see what
I think all stores only.
snowballs.
Yeah, I've done it with food too.
Like Walmart.
Well,
Jewel has it too.
Yeah, Jules has Instacart, I've done Instacart with Costco, but no, like, I've done like family meals from like Miller's Ale House. And you just pull up, you text that you're there, they come out, they put it in your
Right now, it's not in the budget.
Same thing with Longhorn, I've done Longhorn. Pull up, text that you order it online, you text that you're there, you pull up, you open your trunk, they put it in, you drive away. Yeah. Texas Roadhouse, good family.
Alrighty.
Done that.
Let's
But,
come back.
A lot of them get family meals, like Miller's Ale House.
Okay, we've done some thinking, we've done some pairing. Now we wanna do some sharing,
This Karen.
okay? So, we're gonna take turns in each group and just want you to maybe share, you know, something that you shared with your partner. And also let us know if there's anything you learned about your partner. Okay? All right, we'll start with any president?
So are we sharing what we shared or something that was shared with
Either
us?
one, either one.
I'll take you with what George shared with me, which I thought was fantastic, was the, you know, the family, the way you have to chip in for family members who may be, if they're exposed, they could be looking at death, you know, and just hearing the way he has handled that within his family about helping out, but then on the flip side, it makes it harder to visit certain family members and things like that become obstacles. So, you know, it brings you closer, but then it pushes you apart, and that's just one of the things that kind of sat in my heart, hearing him talk about with the family.
Well, as I said earlier, some of those things are never gonna change positively. And what I learned from Chris is, the school setting. Maybe some of our kids learn better that way. And who are we to take that away now that things hopefully, come back to normal? But then those kids that are good at learning that way in front of the screen, that will not kind of force them to come in. Maybe we can implement something to the effect of keeping those kids that wish to stay home and learn that way. Maybe downsize on our buildings if possible. But that's really interesting to me to hear from Chris, because he's on the day-to-day operation of the district, and he can observe that. It's interesting.
Yeah, so one thing we talked about in the crisis, you find out things that maybe you didn't know actually work. And that is one thing that some districts are finding out, that some kids are actually faring better in the setting. My niece is one of them. She's a high school senior. And my sister was telling me her grades actually improved. Well,
Well, the thing is, she's not in high school being distracted by what her friends are doing and all of that and focusing on some of those other things. Now she has to sit down and actually focus and do her work. So that is something to think about as well. How about anything to share about anything you learned about yourself or in this role or anything like that? Or your role that you had?
In learned about myself in the role. You know, I mean, for me, I'm a pretty flexible person. And I think we control our moods, our perceptions. You know, you look at what you have and you make something out of it or not. And, you know, I had to apply a lot of that because it was kind of, I don't want to say scary, but kind of, yeah, I guess it was scary. The first times I went to the store and remember seeing people with masks. And so it's scary. And then you adjust and you get used to it because I was thinking, oh my gosh, how's it going to be coming into work? And I think we've gotten used to this. So, I mean, you
Now
adjust.
people look a little weird without a mask,
Yeah.
right? You know, because they're used to seeing it, or I've been a couple of times I forgot to put my mask on, and I'm just starting out the car and I come in and I stop like, oh my God,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You know,
Yeah.
you know, so it does, again, it starts changing, you know, the things that we're familiar with because we've gotten accustomed now.
Yeah.
That's what we do, we adapt, right? Okay, how about you guys?
Like listening to him, you know, he says that, you know, slow work has gotten slow for you, but he learned how to do or put his mind into doing something else regarding the play set for your granddaughters in the back, you know, and that can be therapeutic for him, you know, how to cope with, you know, this
Social distancing.
social distancing and just keeping your mind occupied, you know? So just find ways to keep yourself going.
And we found a common bond because our parents are older, high-risk category. We had many months that we couldn't go near them when we talk on the phone. It's not the same as sitting down at a family dinner. And it affects each of us differently. Like she said, I found my outlets. I have 5 children, grown children. So 3 of them, 2 live with me. The third one lives in Lyons. 2 granddaughters. I have 5 total, but 2 that are active every day. They're over almost every day, all these kids. So at some point, like I told Olivia, I says, you know, as much as I embraced it, because there's nowhere they can go with this COVID without exposing themselves, exposing their kids, exposing me, my parents. I had to learn sometimes just, okay, guys, enjoy. Hang out on the deck, eat it, all the food in the fridge. I'm going up to my room. Leave me alone. I'll see you tomorrow. Because I needed my space.
Yeah.
I never hit depression over this. I just adjusted. And Olivia, unfortunately, she said she went through a little rough time where, you know, the confinement really got to her.
Mm-hmm.
But after a while, you just, once you can go out again, you have to do it smartly and safely.
Yeah.
And because I'm out on the street a lot, but I'm very cautious. Because I'm a contractor, I'm still actively working, but I don't go in crowds. I have no social life anymore. That's rough. 58 and single. I go play with my garden. That's it. Go talk to my tomato plants.
At least you're not 58 at home with mama.
There is no mama. Not in my life.
Talk
So-
about your mother.
My mother. Man, that's a depressing
His mind is in the
conversation.
gutter.
Look at you always.
So what have you learned about yourself or your role?
One thing I've learned is in my family, I'm the rock, I'm the foundation. And the way I want to bring some of that to this board to help us be stronger. Because yeah, if it wasn't for me in my house, the kids, I don't know what they would have done. But I've kept them all together and the family's gotten a lot closer, a portion of us. And then we lost one, my oldest son, because he's got my 5th granddaughter. I haven't even held it yet because of COVID. And he does drive-bys at, whenever we have little family things, and it irritates the daylights of me, because they're with her family, they never come. So it's a double standard, it'll all come out in the end. What have you been?
Learn about yourself or your role.
I learned that I don't know how to put myself first. It's always, you know, whether it's my kids, my mom, it's always everybody else. You know, so I need to learn to put myself first.
Anybody else experiencing that?
Just me.
Yeah. Because you know, sometimes as a leader, you all are leaders in these positions. So you naturally have that in you. So sometimes you just forget and you go dive right into, let me fix it. I heard you say I'm the rock. George is thinking about family, you know, and all of this, the same thing, you know, here. It's, I'm gonna dive right in. But what this is showing us and teaches you, gotta take care of you first. Because if you're no good, how are those family members gonna be good, you know? And sometimes I'm learning it too. That's why I can speak about it. You know, because sometimes, especially, and I'm not saying the men are like this, but as moms, sometimes we just think that we have to figure it out. And so we have to take that time out and say, you know, and get back to, I gotta take some time for myself. Okay? Like you said, I gotta go up to that room. They'll be all right.
Yeah. You need to find.
That's something we're finding out too.
Yeah.
They'll be all right.
you need to
All
make
that stuff we
yourself-
were worrying about, all the
be their
ripping and
mom.
running we were doing and all of that, you know. We're
And
learning.
toilet paper.
Exactly.
Right.
Hand sanitizer, it was fucking-
Exactly. Or even like you said, Chris, in the beginning, there was fear.
Mhm.
And you turned out to, you know, find out you'll be all right. Right? So that's good. Let's keep that in mind.
Smart and cautious.
How about you guys?
And I think that in talking, with Winifred, the one thing I realized, which I probably should have realized previously, is that all of us, no matter how well we know each other or don't, or whatever, we're all facing the same struggles right now. You kind of forget that, you know, that everyone's facing the same obstacles, the same struggles, because a lot of what we were talking about, we mirrored, you know, with what's going on. So it just makes you realize that while you feel alone or isolated with your own family, we're truly not alone because we're all facing it the same way. And I think the one thing I'm working on learning better about all of this is to be patient. Because I just, you know, I'm trying to work and everyone else is at home bombarding me, and I'm trying to learn the patience and not be like, get the hell away from me, you know? Like, trying to learn patience and not jump the minute someone needs something, be patient, let them figure it out. So, spend way more time with my husband than I'm supposed to. Learn that
Last trips to the beauty salon, right?
patience. More. They're giving me way more grace than they used
Oh,
to.
yeah.
So,
We're all dying, dying here. How about you?
Well, Sharon and I discussed it. In the beginning, it was the frustration with your internet service, trying to stay on. And then being at home and being a mom and, you know, being used with your kids, you know, your spouse, your whatever, significant other, being used to always coming to you for dinner, for this, or whatever. And since you're being home or you're at home, they're at home, what's for lunch? Well, if I was at work, what would you be doing? You know? Another thing that we noticed that we share the similar, you know, doing our laundry. I do my laundry like every other day. There's 2 or 3 dishes in the sink. I'm doing them, she's doing them. So basically, we're doing a lot more cleaning, which frees up our weekends because
Where are you
working
gonna go on
5
your
days a
weekend?
week. You know, Saturday would be your laundry day, your house cleaning day, you know, whatever. So by us doing it during the week, now we have this free time at, on the weekends, which whether we spend it on ourselves or the store, like I told her, I go out to the store, by the time I'm coming home, I'm spending $200. I should have just stayed in the house, you know? It's, so it's frustrated, patience. You love your family with no doubt, but sometimes it's like, ooh, you gotta go somewhere.
Sometimes you can only take so much.
Exactly, so, yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning, I had 2 kids at home because my son, he's at the Naval Academy, but they were home for spring break when all of it. And it was literally the weekend he was headed back that they shut everything down. And so he was with us from March until August and was doing online classes from there. My daughter was doing online classes. I was online. My husband's a school administrator. He was online. So it was just like everybody's clickety clacking, and then everybody's trying to get the food at the same time, and same thing. Where's lunch? Where's dinner? All this, and you're like, I love being with my family. And then they were fighting, the 2 kids, and I'm just like, okay, come on. So we've gone back 10 years, like you all are in elementary school, fighting. So yeah, a lot of that, like
You have a lot of distractions too.
Distraction.
Like TV, if it's on, you're working, but yet you're trying to pay attention to what's going on TV. Like I tell all the episodes of SUV or SVU, CPD, all that. It's like, oh my God, if I see
Did
another
anybody
one.
binge watch?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Our new normal.
Yeah, I was forced to binge watch The Walking Dead with my husband.
Okay.
He loves it for years. We were watching it every night. Anybody stock up on toilet paper?
Yes. And my husband's making me stock again because he's afraid that
He's like, it's another one.
because he's afraid a second wave's gonna come through and we're not gonna get any.
But it's ridiculous. You go to Sam's, Costco, wherever, if you don't go there on the day they do their delivery or whatever. There's no toilet paper, there's no paper towels.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 most important things I need in my house, toilet
Yes.
paper, towels.
And some of us have become shopping strategists.
Yes. Amazon,
I
I
know
say
time, I know
Amazon
when the
now.
truck is coming, all of that too. But what I love that you said, you found out that a lot of these things you all have in common, right?
Yeah.
And that's why it's important. Let's just take a moment, because I think the more you know about your fellow board members and your superintendent and your board members, you can understand maybe they're having a bad day. Maybe that's the issue going on. Just because we can smile and show up and still, some of us put that wall up like nothing's happening, doesn't mean the next person can. And sometimes it's a matter of, hey, how are you doing? Hey, what's going on? And I think if as team members, you can just start connecting more on that level, this helps with the board work that you're doing. Because you get to know who you're laboring and understand and maybe think twice, right? About what you say, how you say it, when you say it. Okay, so keep that in mind. And just like I said at the beginning, when I said all of this is on one page, you all can be on one page. You just saw that you're on one page and your experiences as well. It's there. But I love activities like this because this is creating prior knowledge for you. So when you move forward, think about some of the things you heard about your team members. Think about that. Because one of the things I'm seeing, especially with leadership, it needs to start with empathy. You have to be empathetic. You wouldn't be able to sit in these seats if you weren't. And another thing you guys have in common is you all ran for these seats for a reason, whatever that reason was. But that empathy needs to be at the forefront of what you do. Okay? All righty. So the good old foundational principles of effective governance. The
board clarifies the district purpose. The board connects with the community. The board employs a superintendent. The board delegates authority. The board monitors performance. And the board takes responsibility for itself. And this is the lovely part here. That's why you're here today. This is a form of responsibility, right? Came on a Saturday morning, could have been at home doing the dishes. You know, could have been at home playing with the grandkids or whatever. But you decided to be here today and do this work. And this is work, right? How many of you on your jobs or other areas of your life, you gotta do training. You gotta sit down and learn, you know, something, you know, learning how to get on those Zooms and all of that. This is a part of that. So again, pat yourself on the back. So again, we're gonna talk about COVID and how it's affected the district. And I know we've talked about it a little bit now, but the reality is COVID, like Chris said, is driving a lot of what districts are doing. I had a couple of districts that were noted construction projects when COVID happened. I remember in the beginning, the governor said, wait for those pressing matters only. And I got inquiries, what's pressing matters? We have a construction project going on. We have this and that going on. You know, even then, boards had to come together and decide what's the pressing matter, you know? So all that work of coming together, that's why it's important to have that foundation, like we talked with Chris, those foundations he's building within the district. It is so important to have those foundations because you don't know when a crisis is coming. You don't know how you're going to be affected by the crisis, right? And you don't know if you're going to be 100% yourself. And it's something to be grateful for. All of you are sitting here. Like I said, I'm sure you know plenty of people that were affected heavily, and they lost their lives. So the fact that you're still here, there's still some things for you to do, even on this board. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk about what we call a plus delta. So things that are working in the categories, things that are not working. But I want you to look at the list of categories. So we got board policies and procedures, board superintendent relations, student needs, staff needs, community, finances, technology, or other. And so when we do this next activity, we're gonna, you know, just talk about some things that you feel are working. We're not gonna be specific to the categories. The categories will naturally come out from what you're saying. That way we can figure out which categories are specific to your district, okay? And so we have a posted.
Yes. And nothing on Char's desk.
Okay. So you can even, you know, start now. So we want to start thinking about those things that you know in this time is working for the district. But keeping in mind, you know, some of these things, I'd like to put them up there just in case you get a little something, you know. But just keep it in mind, that's the first thing we're gonna do, think about what is working or what worked when it comes to how you reacted, adjusted, recalibrated when it comes to the crisis, particularly. So when he comes in, I have you guys, give you some of the post-its and you can write each individual thought on one post-it. Okay. And then what we'll do is gonna have you share with everybody else and we'll start charting it out. Okay. So while we're waiting, any other thoughts? How did you all feel as board members in all of this? Because when you think about a lot of districts, well, all districts have to create a reentry plan, right? Some districts, I was sharing with Chris, I have a district, that there's a huge group of parents upset about the choice that they made for reentry. And they're starting a whole, issue with getting parents together and, oh, we're gonna come to the board meetings. And one of my colleagues was with a board the other night and came out, and she said it was about 75 moms out there with signs. You know, so some of my boards were saying it felt the pressure of voting and making that decision. I have one board that collectively said, okay, we're gonna do this. They got to the board meeting. Who was there? Union, parents. They came to public comment, said everything they needed to say. The 7-0 they thought they had turned into a 4-3. And they literally flipped. We have board members in the middle of the meeting flip from what they all had said that they were going to agree to. That caused a huge rift in the board itself. So we had to deal with that when I did the workshop with them. So, you know, it can be challenging making these decisions.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because as of right now, we're still doing basically a close. It is kind of close, because it's only the board members, what is it, a
It's
total of
not
11?
open to, it's not open to the public.
It's not
but
open to the
it's
public,
re-
so
it-
still,
They can
it's
log on.
recorded, but when do you see, or do you see that from parents or other board members saying that parents are saying, when are you gonna open this up to the public? When are we gonna be able to go back and be on one room?
As far
'Cause we
as
get that here.
the board or as far as the students?
No, the parents coming to the meetings
Okay.
versus being on a call or Zoom or,
You know, I haven't heard a lot about that.
there's a lot
I've
of that.
heard a
right
lot
now.
about the students, wanting the students to come back. And I think, a lot of what I know, parents have gotten used to whatever the format has been. And, truthfully, I haven't really heard anything from school. I've heard from municipality, about municipality boards kind of going through that. Because I think in education, we probably educate our constituents more on what all of that is versus in the municipalities, a lot of times they don't educate the public on what the governor is saying, or different things like that. So, yeah, I haven't really heard.
Yeah, because we get that a lot, when they call in, or, that's wrong, that's against the rules, like, when are the parents gonna be able to come to, an open forum or whatever, and they're saying that,
This may be the new norm.
Well,
No,
but
not necessarily, because I just watched the RB school board meeting, and they did it really well. They were in their main gym, they were distant, they pulled out the bleachers, and they had X's on the bleachers where people could not sit.
Okay.
So they have like an open space here for like maybe 2 people or whatever, and they did it all over the bleachers, so everyone was spaced out enough. They were spaced out, they had
We are
microphones and.
a bigger district.
Right, but also, I kept track of how many people were on the call the other night, it was only 15. So you could feasibly do that very well in George Washington's gym.
And how are we to tell that only 15 people?
Well,
are
but
gonna
again, it's
be
only
there,
50
you know what I'm
people that
saying?
are still, so you have someone at the door keeping track of who comes in. I mean, I've been to a wedding recently, and you could only have 50 people, including staff. So, and so they had to, you just keep track of who's there.
so
But-
then you're saying like a limit. No.
There has to be a limit, yeah.
Yeah, but then, then you got the parents that are stuck outside, like,
Well,
And that's
that's
what a lot
they
of
just-
districts are trying to
Yeah.
avoid, because a public meeting is a public meeting. So
Exactly.
if you have, public shows up, let's say it is 15 one day, but then let's say you guys are about to talk about, what you're about to talk about, what's the next phase for bringing these kids back? If you know anything about that part of all of this, it was like 100 and something on people's Zooms, you know, just as Zoom. So.
But we're not
so
even
we're
doing
playing-
that. We're not even doing a district Zoom. It's not even being streamed. It's strictly, people can call in and listen by phone. That's it.
Mhm. And the law allows for you, you know, to do that, you know, you are giving the public access, you know, to that. I think it's this is even what we talked about in ISB. Because of, you know, the discussions we had about us coming back in. So when you get to phase 4, and it's like, oh, okay, well, now it's 50 people. Do you really want 50 people?
Right.
Because every person is a potential. And you're not gonna do the self-search on every person coming in. Somebody's gonna tell you, I don't have to fill out a form. I'm a member of the public. I don't have to let you take, you know, my temperature. I'm a member of the public. So I think what some districts are saying, you know, as long as we do what the governor is allowing us to do, let's play it safe and move forward in this way. As long as, you know, you're following all Open Meetings Act and whatever he said in his executive.
And we're in no form, or we're not violating any of that, right?
Yeah, because it's via telephone, but,
Yeah.
It's just like right now, that's actually streaming
Right.
this, and it's accessible, so we're not violating
And you know, like we were talking about before, we're learning those things that we thought it had to be that way. Like really, what's the difference? And I'm just asking, what's the difference with being on a call or even watching versus being in person? Like you're getting the same information, right? And so we are starting to see, you know, well, my district, we live streamed. You know, that's just something we chose to do. There's ups and downs, you know, with that. But we are starting to see maybe there's a safer approach. You know, because before it wasn't COVID, but it was the flu or is anything else, you know? So again, it's kind of changing how we're looking at things and learning what do we really need to do. And I think one of the things we're learning is back to what the governor said originally, you know, focus on those essentials. So we're learning what essential is. You know, so if it helps where, you know, you don't have to have public members in physically because that helps eliminate some of that other stuff. You know, districts are just, you know, saying, hey, let's go with that. Okay, so you got your Post-its. I think you should have about 4. Write down one thought for each Post-it. What's working? What's working with this situation, with addressing COVID? Try to get it in the 4 Post-its. If you absolutely need, you know, some more, let me know. But think about it. We talked about some of it already, but let's get it down now. I'll give you a few minutes for that. 2 more minutes. So we're gonna take turns sharing and come to the front. Share your board. Anybody can come.
And come to the one.
Oh, come to the, you can't just sit in her.
Gonna get up and move.
Get to be under the spotlight.
And then are we putting them up there?
Yeah.
Our post-its?
So we're gonna talk about what your 4 are, and then we'll put them in whatever category they go in, or if there's one for other, if it just doesn't.
Oh, we have to talk about all 4?
All four, okay.
I don't have 4.
All right, I'll go, since I'm right here. Drop up
Stand up there first.
I'm gonna stand by the board. So I can stand and clap it. Okay, so as far as what we've done, that I think we're doing well. The first one I wrote is that staff, and I mean all staff, has risen to the challenge.
Okay.
So that would probably,
Put that staff.
next, what I said we're doing well is, I truly think that our students have learned to adapt. I think most of the
Yeah.
issues that we're hearing about are parent issues. I don't think it's student issues. I think the students are adapting fine. It's their caregivers who are struggling with the work. So it's probably level of students. Here we go. I said that our new business manager is doing a great job. So that would be finances. And then lastly, the one thing I thought we were able to do really well was we were able to assist each student in the district to make sure that their technology needs for the new school year was met.
Let's put that on technology. Yep.
There you go.
Okay, awesome. Who's next? And you can stand by the board if you want to.
All right. Oh, go ahead. Ladies first.
Okay, mine are a little different. Community, what Chris has done about getting him more involved and up to speed, with the exception of not running before. I think that's a good one. So, board superintendent relations. I don't know how it's been in the past. This is my first year, so I think honestly you're doing a great job. I'm going on the right path, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? That one would go in the second column.
Oh,
The board superintendent right there, yeah.
okay. Finances, Joe, right? Is that his name? Joe or Don? The manager.
Finance.
Sheila.
Oh, I didn't think it was,
It was Marty before.
Mark, yeah. So, where's that, right here? She's awesome.
What did you say about finances? What did you say specifically?
She's very thorough.
Okay.
So, I mean, again, it's my first term, I guess you should say. So I don't know how it was in the past. And then student needs, getting them the equipment that they needed. Now, with the new school year, one per student where it was just one per household, and they're adjusting.
So you start with technology. Technology has been enhanced due to COVID. All students have access to a computer now. Some students are doing better with remote learning, as we've heard and talked about. Would that be student needs? Of course, finances have improved, minimizing our deficit. And it's not all due to COVID, but there is a good portion of it that is. 'Cause we got-
Do me a favor, since you're standing there, change mine from staff needs to student needs. It's right under insurance, the second one. Yeah. No, that's
Next one.
that one. I
It's
got
a move over
glasses
one.
and I can't even see.
Oh.
And last, remote learning seems to be accepted by the parents for the child's safety, so that would be what?
What do you think? Is that more tech or is that more student?
That's
That's community, I would say.
That's what I was
Okay,
thinking.
okay.
I was thinking community.
Okay,
When I wrote it, that's what I was thinking.
okay, good. Thank you.
All right.
I have, making, quick, safe decisions for our staff and children. That'd be under student needs or community, maybe?
Say it again?
Making quick, safe decisions for our staff and children.
That would be.
So that would be like you're talking about the district?
Yes.
Let's put that in other. That's kind of with, I would put that with operations or day-to-day of the district.
Technical and staff availability to our children when needed. I think, seeing my daughter, do e-learning every day. And when she has a question, even though it's independent time, if she reaches out to a teacher, somebody, they respond really quick. So I like that. I think that without a doubt has been one of the pros in this change.
Okay, let's put that
So,
in staff. The fourth column staff.
So would I do that on the tech or what?
Staff. Staff.
Oh, staff?
Yeah.
Students learning the new norm without major issues. Maybe students.
Students.
And I have staff doing a great job by learning how to adjust with the new guidelines and curriculum.
Okay.
Technology. In our district, getting a company that keeps limited amount of people working with us in person, but is able to keep the district running. Technology.
Okay. Second from the end.
Oh.
Read that again.
On the technology, see, we recently changed to a company to take care of our
Oh,
IT needs.
okay. That's what you
And
said.
so
Okay, okay.
they came in strong, but then throughout the pandemic, they only keep one or two people here, sometimes three. And they keep us running. They keep everyone running
Okay.
really efficiently.
So it's the IT.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
And the students' needs, and I think it's, going through COVID stressful time, we as district have been able to distribute and maintain food service and Chromebooks for each student.
Okay. The text again.
Mm.
That's technology?
No, that'd be
No, the-
student, because he
the
talked about the
students.
food too.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, okay.
Under-
Students.
Student aid.
You know, board superintendent relationship, our superintendent has been able to keep our district running through COVID communicating with board and community on a normal basis.
Okay.
Staff is working hard in keeping our district running efficiently, teachers, custodians, and administrators. They are definitely kudos to them because they're working with what they have at hand, and they do a really good job. So that'll
That's
really
your
our staff.
third, fourth column.
Alright, so I've got the technology. I put a rapid upgrade in the technology tools and training. That's my tech one. This one's kind of, I put staff and students because I put the cleaning and the personal protective equipment that's required is all in place, and we have enough to go around and to replenish and whatnot. So I thought that was very
Let's put
good.
that in upper.
Just put it
That's
in the
kind of
line.
the operational type of thing.
Okay. Finances, you know, how, we have made collaborative and creative decisions related to the finances during this time and always keeping an eye on it. And my last one is board superintendent relations. And I mean this, the board has been very understanding to the school personnel related to any of the hardships that we've experienced during COVID. For example, just hearing the whole board understand that certain things had to take a back seat to some of the emergencies. You know, I just want to say I appreciate that understanding. It gives us the opportunity to, you know, focus on these emergency issues while we're trying to keep these other things going. So thank you for that.
All righty. I heard everybody's feedback.
Where's
Okay.
yours?
I give you guys an A plus, 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 plus. For growth over a year, right? Anything stand out to you or anything surprise you?
Seems like we're highly supportive of student needs and technology and finance. Those are the three main,
Staff.
Staff.
and staff, four.
Student, staff, and tech.
Student, staff, finance, and
Student, staff, finance.
Again, I think it shows that we are thinking the same way,
Mm-hmm.
that we have a similar, vision and knowledge of what we're doing and trying to do.
We're all working towards common goals, finally.
Mm-hmm. And you see, you know, with those higher ones, that's really the center of what you do. So that
One about
shows you
board
that you're
policies.
on the right track when it comes to why you're here. Okay? What did you say?
There's not one about board policies, because none of us think about ourselves.
That's an observation, okay? So none of the board policies or procedures, Vito says, he feels like it's because you don't think about yourselves. Okay, any other
And
thoughts?
then the community, I mean, there's only two up there. I mean, that should be up there with student needs and board superintendent relations. And well, with the finance and the tech as well, that should be, you know, one with more tabs. But the most important is the student needs. I mean, isn't that what we're here for?
Mhm.
And that's the one with the most.
Without thinking about it, and, you know, it's just the goal of, and there's been like, Greg, how can we get to be level with neighboring communities as far as test scores and their well-being in general of our students. So we have the tools, have everything to success. Not saying that we're not, but we need a little push as far as test scores.
Well, the first thing is selecting a leader that would lead the charge, right?
Get a
So
foundation
you got that,
laid for that.
right? Sounds like you got a good finance, I don't know if it's finance director or assistant.
Business
Business
Okay,
manager.
business manager, you know, you have that in place, sound like you got a good IT, you know, group. So you're seeing the result of when you put good people in place, right? So that's very important. And not only that, the first half of the day was Chris sharing, you know, I'm putting systems in place. I'm putting the framework in place, right? And add his passion and add his ability to identify, we need this instructional coach, we need this interventionist, we need to collaborate with West 40, we need this consultant, you know. So you have all those elements in place, so you should be seeing fruit, some fruit, you know. And you will get to that point of where you want to be if you continue, you know, on the same road. Okay. Any other thoughts about, any observations about any of that?
I think we're throwing a heavy curveball and we're handling it very well, being COVID. This is all very new to all of us.
Absolutely.
Everyone-
Everybody walking the earth.
Pretty
Spanish
much.
flu was over 100 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe there are some people that were babies or
Yeah.
toddlers, you know, during that time. Okay, so the second part is thinking about what are some challenges, or what do you feel is not working, or what do you feel needs to, you know, be addressed? Okay, so we talked about what we feel is working well. So now, think about those things that, hey, you know, you might need to look at this again, or evaluate a little different. And I'll give you minutes to do that. Put the categories back up. Usually.
some leaves and things like that, so we have long-term subs, but it's mostly medically related. There's one that's currently not filled, an instructional coach at GW, but, there's not too many positions that need to be filled that are vacant.
A couple more minutes.
I got a simple one. I don't wanna hear it. But I just got one that affects everything. I'm gonna put it on other maybe. So, that one affects everything. We're a split board, and so we're not the first, we will never be the last, but every decision at any ambit that we do take a decision for the good or for hard, as that could be the decision affects it, because it's always, we're always like fighting the current. And it's the nature of the district, but it affects everything, whether it's technology, communication with our community, our kids, whatever decision made, we don't know if it's always going to be the best, but we're standing at a point where we make the decision. We're not gambling, but it's hard every time. But like I said, every district probably has boards that are completely split or somewhat in union to make things work, but it's never the best. And if it doesn't work, then it always reflects on that. So every decision we made is a split board. It's always a challenge. That just affects everything, every one of those titles in my eyes.
Let's put it under the board policy.
Okay.
We'll keep that category for anything. Thank you.
Okay, to be honest, mine is community staff, community student staff, loss, confusion, frustration, not expecting the outbreak, all the challenges that just came when everybody was told to stay home. So, should I just put on
So
the other?
what is it specifically?
You know,
Keep your mask up.
no one was prepared. Is this the new norm?
Okay, so.
Of
so kind of this-
frustration.
Changes.
Yeah,
Okay.
changes, challenges, confusion.
Gotcha.
So just
Okay,
put
yeah,
it
let's put the under other.
technology, no one was ready for what happened.
Okay.
We really weren't prepared. When the Chromebooks were being issued, it was one per family in the beginning, so no one was ready for that. That was a challenge. And then staff, from what I see, leaving, whether it was due to the COVID
Okay.
or
Like some
not.
turnover and stuff.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go. Okay, so things that we need to work on or look at or focus going forward. Students with additional needs needing to be met, whether it's students with IEPs, students with social emotional, but there are additional needs that they would get in-house, not being in-house, would that be, are those being met? Next would be how to move forward. What are our next steps? Like, what is the plan come, the next quarter?
Yeah,
Making sure staff feels appreciated for all that they've endured. And last but not least, this one is, I hope I explained it right. Finding a way for students not to lose out, and I don't mean educational wise, because I think we're doing our best to meet those needs. I'm talking about all the extra things,
that they're
Like-
not getting.
right?
Curriculum,
Like
Basketball, sports and all that, or?
well, not necessarily. I mean, basketball, sports, yeah, but there were so many things that they missed out on last year. Like there was no 8th grade graduation, there was no 8th grade dance. There was just those little things that, as an adult, you're like, so what, But as a kid, those mean everything
Yeah, a
to
lot,
you.
yes.
So, finding some way
Yeah.
so that they don't lose out yet another year.
And learning from last year, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Everybody was, the seniors, the 8th graders,
Yeah.
they're gonna, but really, those kids got to experience 75% of their year.
Right.
Right? The ones to really think about are the ones for this year.
Right.
So learning from last year, let's try to figure out what we can do, something, if anything, to help this group of kids, experience some of that.
Their
However way we
accomplishments
can.
need to be celebrated just as much as their learning was. So
Okay.
I'll go. First is appreciation of all staff, especially teachers. We need to convey that better.
Okay.
We need some more positive interaction with the community, between the board and the community. And the board still lacks harmony and needs to remove all politics during all meetings. So we still have a couple lingering issues.
Okay.
I don't have any.
We'll forgive you.
So student needs, similar to what Sharon was saying, currently we don't have our interventions going and some of those other needs that are just lacking. So that's a very big one. Staff needs, social emotional supports for staff. I think we can try to create a dynamic so that they're supported more in those areas, because there's, like you said, that empathy. Some people have lost family members, some people have lost spouses lost jobs, things of that nature. So there's a lot going on. Technology, we still have bandwidth issues, and we did get Chromebooks to the teachers. While they're not the best ones, I think we need to try to look at some kind of an upgrade, because the point is, on these little screens, trying to see 30 little boxes is difficult. So if there's just little adjustments we can make, whether it be cameras or helping them get to project on bigger screens, whatever we can
That's what
try
I was
to
gonna
do.
say, can we get them bigger monitors so
I'm
they
just
could
saying,
like,
you can
The
go,
link is connected to the Chromebook, just a
Right.
monitor.
Just a
you
little
can just
monitor.
get TVs and hang them, bigger
Yeah,
TVs,
yeah.
and use an HDMI cable. Simple.
But then they have to present on their thing, so it's like they almost need two. One to present and put their content, and one to view the classroom.
Can't you do screen sharing with the Duck Channel?
Yeah, we're working on it, but we're not there yet.
Mhm.
And then community, couple things, more input and communication, and in almost like dialogue. Maybe not just pushing out, but making sure. We did some surveys, but I think we have room to improve in receiving information
Yeah.
from the
Two ways.
community.
You put out your information, your story, but you also want to hear from it.
And then I had another one on there, and I think we're in the beginning stages of doing some of this. We've put out some resources, but individually at schools, I think there's some parent groups that need help on remote learning in general, how to navigate Google, how to, just navigate some of the different aspects that we're putting pressure on them to help us with right now.
Chris, is that 2-on-1?
Yeah.
2-on-1 posted? So let me break it up.
Okay.
My assistant's gonna type it all out.
Oh, I put kind of like
Okay,
two
you
little
got the
bullet
two. Okay,
points,
good, good.
kind of.
Okay, I got 3.
You got 3.
Of course, the staff getting the recognition they deserve. Tech figuring out small glitches, when a student gets kicked out of a session, figuring that out in a quick, time, yeah. So that would be like that. And then, and this would probably fall under the board policies and procedures. We, as a whole board, we should learn how to respect and everyone's opinions and views. We're not always gonna agree, and there's gonna be disagreements, but at least we should respect them.
Like that old said, right? That everybody took. Okay. Okay. Look at what you have here. The challenges, things to work on. Anything stand out? Anything connect to the first part of it? What's working?
There's nothing under board and superintendent recommendations.
I think that, quite a few of us put under staff needs, that the staff needs to
Recognized.
be recognized, and I think that ties back to all of the times that we said previously that the staff was doing a great job. So I think those two definitely go hand in hand. And I think the same goes, we were saying how great the students adapted and how great they were doing. But I think we still need to do some work in that area.
Yeah, we can expand on the school needs. That's what ultimately we're here.
Another thing is, a few of the things you guys said, we learned, from the first half, that there's plans in the works, right? To work on some of this already, right? Yeah. Okay, so, and then they're actually kind of reflective, like I said, of what you said is working. So you really like the finance, what's going on with finances, so you didn't really have, anything. Same thing with your board superintendent relations. You feel like, Chris is doing a great job, and that relationship is there with support, for him. And not only are you supporting him and giving him something, he's giving the board, something, basically what you hired him to do, right? So
that's something, to observe, and those things that are important to you are also the things that you monitor the most. I always say what doesn't get monitored doesn't get done. So kind of those same categories, you're very aware of student needs and staff needs, and, so it kind of shows in this as well. Okay. Board, issues, this has kind of come up. This has been, at least an issue since I've, been with you guys and connecting with you. And, it is like you said, George, that, this happens on boards. I've experienced it, where it's split board. And really, first thing I want to say is, let's not use that term. Okay? We hear it all the time, and it is what it is. Yes, it's split. But let's try to get away from that
Let's bring some harmony back.
mentally. Just because when you say it, what does that provoke in you? When you hear that split board, what does that provoke in you? And
Oh,
just
us
think about that
against
for a
them.
second. Okay,
It's kind of the mindset of a split board.
exactly, us against them. And it may be that. That may be exactly what it
Shouldn't
is,
be.
right? But sometimes it starts with first changing the language.
Mhm.
Because guess what? It's okay to disagree. That's not the deep-rooted issue. Would you agree?
Yes.
Sure. Because everybody, your vote is your vote, your vote is your vote. You can disagree.
Right.
The deep-rooted issue sounds like respect.
Respect. And-
That's what it sounds like.
And there are people who won't let go of the politics. Election's over. I don't think of politics at all. I come here for the purpose of being a board member, but we have community people who constantly throw that at us every public comment.
What do they throw?
They make some type of political insinuation
Okay.
of us, the PSE versus the other group. And that's not the way this is.
Okay, so hold that. Hold a pen in it.
It's not the way it should be.
So Vito just said the community throws something at you. I throw it at you. What you gonna do? You gonna move out the way, right? Aren't you gonna move out the way?
Sure.
We just talked about what 2020 has thrown at you. What did you do?
You took it
Did
well.
you say, up, we're split? Or up, we just don't get along, or up, no. So what I've been trying to get you guys to understand is you have it in you.
Mhm.
You have to make up in your mind. We see what's important to you based off of this. We now need to see what's important to you when it comes to board relations. So the same energy you're putting into, we're doing wonderful. Where's the same energy with this? Now, the key is everybody's responsible for themselves. And you're responsible for how you react to someone else. Is it wrong to have a bad day? We just talked about dealing with some, depression, some days and all of that. Nothing wrong with having a bad day. And there's nothing wrong with saying, you know what, Sharon, I'm having a bad day today. I just need you. What's wrong with coming into the board meeting? Everybody, I just need you to know, I'm not having a bad day. Okay? Or if it's something that you don't agree with, I don't agree, and that's it. I'm done. I don't need to go into a back and forth debate. I talk to boards about debate versus dialogue. Debate means I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to wait for your response because I got another one for you. Right?
That's the biggest problem that we have in our meetings. It's always, we're always back and forth.
Exactly. But dialogue goes back to that first part of that oath I said. I'm going to respect your opinion and I'm going to encourage it. I don't care if I disagree with it.
Because at the end of the day, I know we're gonna disagree. And at the end of the day, I know I'm gonna vote the way I'm gonna vote. So it's a level of responsibility that you have being a part of a board. Now, we talked a little bit about family earlier, right? So you're at home, you got power in that house, right? The kids are acting up, what do you do? Sit down, stop what you're doing. Board is not like that. And sometimes we try to bring that same sit down, stop what you're doing. That's not what a board is. It's a whole different dynamic. So you have to understand, this is a whole different way of doing things. But we tend to make it personal. We bring personal. No, personal is for home. That's where you gotta keep the lights on. You gotta put the food in the house. You gotta, that's that personal stuff. So when you're on the board, don't bring the personal here. Seek first to understand. Seek first to understand and not assume. I did a board last week. There's a lot of assumption. Well, I do that because I know what he's gonna do. And they had a board member that was rogue, and she would come in and you know what she said? I don't see it. I don't. What do you mean? They said, you're aggressive. You're disrespectful. Your tone is bad. So that's how they were receiving it. And she said, I don't see it. That's not my intention. Okay, let's go with what you said. It's not your intention. However, this is how it's being received by multiple people. So she had to stop in that moment and accept, even if you feel like you're not putting it out that way, that's how it's being received. So then we talked about, well, what's the best way to communicate for everybody? We're not going to pick on one person, for everybody. And then we had to ask her, are you open, since you say you don't see it, are you open to a board member saying, you know what? You're coming across this way. And she said, yeah. And we created a communication agreement. And we'll see how that goes. Because it's easier said than done sometimes, right? But I want you guys to understand what you're looking for is here. It is here. You've seen it. I'm not just saying it. You've seen it. You've seen it here. And yeah, you don't have two board members here. But I got a feeling, even if they were here, it's still here. This is doable. It's just the bottom line of each one of you committing, I'm gonna do it different. Even when you feel it in that gut, I'm gonna do it different. Gotta try it differently. That's my part that I'm gonna give in it. I gotta try it differently. There are different ways to do it. If I don't like something somebody did or said, let's talk about it. And I need you to just understand where I'm coming from. Okay? Because that's part of this work when you're on a board. It's board member, not just member. A lot of people get stuck on that member part. B-I-I-V, me-I-N, personal. Exactly. But there's a board part to that. That means you're one of 7 pieces. And if one piece is off, or 2 or 3 or 4 or however, it's a problem. And guess what? You guys, I'm going to say you've been blessed to be able to do this, even in the midst of what you all have. But part of that is because you have a great leader. But I will not speak for you, Chris, but I'll ask you this. I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Yep.
Could your job be a little bit easier if the board was more cohesive?
Sure. And but there is a part of that, it in some ways, all that is evident, and in a lot of ways, it is not as bad as it seems.
Mm-hmm.
in
It's
some
gotten
ways.
better over the past. I will
It,
agree with
it
you on
has,
that.
and, you know, new board members learned a lot over this past year, but also you know, there's some dividing lines that are there on topics, but there are genuinely some good collaborative discussions. And I think one big piece of evidence is that all seven treat me pretty well with respect and dynamics. Now, sometimes when topics come up, and I'm in the middle of topics, but I think it has gotten better. I really do. And there's still some points of contention that I think are strong and solid points. But I think with the past history, I think it has improved. I really do.
Okay, so it's improved,
The outbursts
Everybody
have
agree
gotten
with that?
less.
awesome. What do we
But there's
do, what do we
still
do
a
when we progress?
Celebrate.
We celebrate, okay? So let's acknowledge that. We've progressed. It's not like it used to be. But we want to continue to grow and do better and progress, right? Another thing you said, all seven of them treat you, what?
Treat me well.
Again,
Respectfully.
so what is that showing?
He's doing his job. Thank you.
But it's in you. It's in you to treat each other a certain way. And you can say, well, because he's a superintendent, he does it like this, and that. Listen. If
You
you're on
gotta
this
give
board,
respect to get it.
say it again.
You have to give respect to get it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And sometimes you give respect even if you didn't get respect. Because again, we all are gonna have our moments and times, it's just gonna happen, right? Just like I said, in your own family, you know, it happens, okay? But it's in you to do it. This is the person you hire and you have a contract with, and you have expectations with. So of course, he's going to do his job. And in some ways, he's governed by that contract to do his job and act accordingly, right? But you're on a board with other people, you don't have a contract with each other. The community put you all on here. So it's gotta figure it out. Okay? So we talked about crisis 2020. One of the things we talked about was 2020 brought change, right? I'm calling this change 2020. Because I see you have it in you. I see how you treat the superintendent. See how you come together and you're passionate about the same thing. Right? I see how you progressed over the year I've been away. So it's there. And we're gonna set a couple of action steps, but I wanna deal with this right now. Because what I think you all do well with is setting goals. You do very well with that. You understand that. I've done goal setting with some boards and they're all. So specifically for board relations, what should your change 2020 look like? And when I come back, we're gonna revisit again. Okay? So think about that for a moment. What does Lions change 2020 look like for the board? And I heard a little bit of, in what you were saying, but let's identify some specifics. And what we'll do is we're gonna write those down. And when you get it from my assistant, it'll be distributed to everyone. And this is going to be a working document that as you do your meetings, you're going to be revisiting, okay? Checking in, how are we doing with this? Because we're good at goal setting. That's your common language, okay? So let me hear something. What's some goals?
We all don't have to like each other. We should just, as adults, learn to be cordial and respect one another.
Okay. So be cordial and respectful. Okay? And that's in your communications and your actions. Everybody good with that? Can we write that down? Vito, you good with it?
Mhm.
Okay. Be cordial and respectful with communication and action. Now, what I need to ask is anybody confused on what that means? Because we don't want anybody later saying, well, I didn't even really know what that meant anyway. Okay, that's the number one thing when staff gets into a situation. I didn't know what it meant. You know, so we want to be clear. Everybody knows what that means. Okay, Superintendent?
Yes.
What else?
We need better board communication. Like, I don't think, not everybody's, sometimes we find things out intentionally or not. Will we find things out well after the fact, or we're not taking into consideration? There needs to be better board communication. Like today was an example.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like this is the date. Well, it didn't work for everybody.
Mhm.
Or the other night, you said how you started negotiations, but we didn't know that. There was no communication. Normally, it's like, that would be mentioned, it would be talked about. Who's gonna be on it, who, you know, why, or whatever. Like, there's no, we find things, I heard you say this morning that you're the delegate again, which is great. You Zoom all you want. But again, that's something that as a board, we should have said, there should have been some communication. Is anyone interested in doing it? Is it okay if Olivia does it again? Like, there's no, you know, I just heard her overhear it. So I think we need better communication as a board.
So keeping the board informed and involved in communications that affect the board, right? Or decisions that affect the board. That's what it sounds like. So is that superintendent? Is it president specifically? Because
I don't think it would be the superintendent like an extension, but I mean, I know when I was president, I sent text messages all the time. I was like, we need to have a meeting. Can you make it this day? Or some new days that are good or whatever. Or if I couldn't, I would have Shar do it or whatever. But it, you know, 'cause everyone's busy, everyone's working, you know, whatever. But there needs to be some way to get everyone on a page so that people aren't thinking that they're purposely left out or
Okay.
purposely not included, or, you know, it doesn't help with the dynamic.
Mhm.
I think if everyone's included in the discussion or everyone's opinion is asked for, then that's gonna help alleviate some of the tension.
Okay.
I get what she's saying, as far as, you know, not to start any records, but Olivia being the delegate, wasn't it that when we went to that conference, she was?
Right.
I just figured I was because I received an email.
And again, if
I
you
don't know.
want, if
Oh,
you
from
want to
ISB.
Zoom, have at it.
Okay.
See,
So
so
it's like the meeting on Monday.
Yeah,
I don't know, I was
know
just
about
going
it.
based off of that.
if it's supposed to be, see, again, because
We're new, so I don't know.
And there's gonna be a point where we gotta stop saying it, but still, we don't know a lot of the policies and the procedures. I mean, was it supposed to be changed? Is it changed
And
every
that's
year?
the
or
thing.
And
So
that's-
how do you all
that's-
normally
Right, normally
Is it
it's something
every
that's,
year?
right, normally it's something that's discussed. But again, normally it'd be in a discussion about the upcoming conference, which isn't happening, but normally it'd be like, okay, here's what's coming up for vote, is there anyone interested in being the delegate? Because sometimes you did it last year, like say, if we were having the conference again, maybe Vito would want to see what it's like, or, so generally every year it's like, is there anyone interested in doing it?
Okay, is this a written protocol or is it just how it's been done?
I would say it's probably more past practice.
Okay.
And again, like, have at it, I don't want to be on that Zoom call. But I'm just saying, like, if it were, that's something that we
That's
should
just an example.
discuss as a board, as opposed to just finding out accidentally, and then you're like, well, how come we didn't know about that?
Okay.
Well, I don't even think anybody else got the email, because I asked Char about it, she said no, she didn't receive anything.
And you're right, it was
So,
probably
I
because
don't
you
know,
were,
so I just
So
assumed, I
this is-
received the
right,
email
this
last
is all an
Thursday.
assumption right now, but this
Right.
is kind of where sometimes things from different sides.
exactly.
But it was
And
like,
it will be an assumption because of certain communications, or it
Just
will
be
be
send
an
it
assumption,
directly.
right? Because this wasn't even really a communication issue from the board level,
Right.
like you're saying. You're finding out with why it's, for one, it's good that you bring it up and you ask about it instead of the assumptions, right? And then you get to hear from her, oh, well, I got an email, I just, since I got it, I just assumed, and she's new, she doesn't know what past practice, and all of that is. So this is good. This is how the communication and the discussion should go. You didn't get offended, right? You didn't get accusatory.
Like I said, it's all yours, I was that
Okay.
Zoom call.
You know,
that's what I
but-
said, I'm like, I don't know. I
But this is dialogue versus the debate. See what I'm saying?
See, and that's what I think, if the communication were better, it would lessen a lot of those, it would open the lines of communication more and lessen the lines of tension, as opposed to people feeling like they're being purposely excluded, when that was never the intention to begin with.
So what I hear you saying is increase effective communication for all matters that are affecting the board. Is everybody okay with that, putting that down? Okay. Okay, again, my question is, does anybody not know what that means? Okay, so there's a break somewhere. We found out here it wasn't really that, but there's a break. You said something about this meeting. So what I hear you saying as a board member, I want to be included in some of this information, Now, George is the president, there's certain things, like he had a meeting with me that he's going to be, it's just him and me, or Chris is on the call, but so there's certain things that he's going to be talking to, whoever about. But what you're saying is, that's great, but bring it back to the full board, because the board wants to feel included, you know what I'm saying? And also ask, like for this example, for this meeting, hey, this is the date available, are you able to make it? And I'll tell you myself, I go back and forth with district all the time on a date. I'll send out, like I did, a few days, so you understand that, George? Okay, all right, just wanna make sure. What else?
Let's work on, making the teachers and staff appreciate it.
Okay, this is specific to you all, you
Oh,
and
this
your
is all.
relationship, because we got that already.
Okay.
That was a part of that other process. This is
Well,
the
this
one
is
I
just
said, let's
us.
stop right here and deal with this, because this is a lingering, thing, okay? So specific to you. What else? Is there anything else?
Yeah, I've got a thought, and I think it links to the previous one. And I would say it's about the idea of mounting pushback against ideas. I feel sometimes ideas are quiet because as soon as, let's say with the committee of the whole, here's what we're looking to do. By the next meeting, there'll be an army against it. And so that, I don't know how to explain that.
And it's always the same group,
And
same people.
but that's, I think,
Rally
part of the
against
fear of some of the communication is that then there's mounted opposition to initiatives at times.
Okay. So you're saying what you just said is kind of connected to that limitation of communication. Okay,
To
and
fear. Mhm.
the fear, and who is holding that fear? I mean, what do you?
I'd say, I'd say whenever there's certain ideas discussed between myself and the board president, sometimes there's concern about whether there'll be mounted opposition to ideas.
Okay.
So there's a dynamic of, man, when do we say this? When do we do this? What's the timing of ideas and issues?
And so there's people that come to the board meeting, is that what you're saying?
Mhm.
Okay, and they will speak out against it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
They would directly attack him for having certain decisions
Okay.
based on conversations that maybe him and board president may have. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I mean, it's
What it-
various and then it's I like the comparison of the committee of the whole because it was much more concrete to see, and that is not, we do meet once a month. And I'm speaking solely for my opinion and my perspective, not something that's ever actually been discussed. It's my opinion that is why when we would go share information or share where things were going, it became a battleground of making progress. And sometimes it appeared, it felt as, and you gotta keep in mind, I'm in a much different spot now than I was 6-8 months ago in comprehending and understanding this board and the dynamics. And I do celebrate that we're at a point where we can talk about this right now in this way, but it used to be, you present where we're looking to go, what we're trying to do, and the onus of the decision lies sometimes in the majority vote count.
Okay.
So that can make an initiative appear to be on, when we're going back to that language of the divisive, word of split, sometimes it's opposition for the sake of, it appears, opposition for the sake of,
I don't agree with
that may not be the idea of the content, but it may be that, oh, this looks like it's gonna belong to this side or that side, so let's attack it. Now, I'm not saying that that's motivationally why, but I'm saying that in the lack of communication, that I do believe that that's a concern.
I was just gonna say, I think that is due to the lack of communication, that when you don't have all of the information and you're getting things.
Because there's things that spouses, board
Yeah,
members'
but you know
spouses
what?
come to attack all of us.
But that's not new. I mean, I've been on the board the longest out of all of us.
Right.
And
I respect it.
I've had staff members stand in our audience and attack staff members and attack Dr. Warner when he was a superintendent.
Okay.
That's not new. I mean, that's just something that,
just so wrong to me.
I don't disagree. I thought it was wrong that a staff member was doing it repeatedly for years.
Right.
And that staff member still works for us right now, which is amazing. But the point of the matter is, that's not new. You can't people are always gonna do something. They're always gonna say something. They're always gonna, you can't, like you said, you can't control other people or what other, you know, what people, but
But I
what
think
you
the
can
difference
control
here is
is
the
you can
other.
discuss with us.
If you're saying it's a board member, but.
Yes, that's what
And,
makes
and
it
they
sticky.
still have a right, they
Yeah.
still have a right to do it, they're still a taxpayer, you know, all in that. What I'm trying to say is the other is not a random person. So it can come across a certain way because it is the, you know, board member's spouse, you know, or whatever. So then, when it's the board member's spouse, what do? Start making assumptions. Correct?
Or if we don't, they're always making assumptions against us. I'm
No, no,
sitting
no,
there
no,
going,
no, no, no,
"Wow,
wait. We're not gonna use the we and us.
I know, I'm trying not to, trying to
Okay.
find a better way to say it.
Okay, because let's deal with the issue itself, okay? You make assumptions, right?
We all do, right?
Exactly. You're gonna assume, that spouse is here because the board member talked to the spouse showed up, and it could be true. Okay? What I believe Sharon is saying is things like that happen. They do, whether right or wrong, they happen. But the thing is, did you talk about it? Right? Did you talk about it? Did we just say, hey, let's have a conversation? This is your spouse. What's going on? Because if you don't, it's the assumption that's gonna lead to more assumptions, and then here we go with the snowball, this, you gotta talk about it and see what it is.
It's just- I would love
If
to
it's a
find
no,
out.
because I'll tell you right now, my husband showed up plenty of times in the, you know, in the audience, but he was also a very involved parent. He knew what was going on. He came to the meetings. He saw things, you know, so the thing is, things are gonna happen left and right. What are you guys gonna do?
Well,
What are you gonna do? How are you gonna react?
well, I get where Sharon is coming from with the communication thing, because at our last meeting, I was on the committee for the AIDS,
Negotiation.
the negotiations. And then it just turned out that they were negotiating for the janitors, the custodians. I just got a call and said, hey, we're gonna have, I thought it was still the aides, and it turned out to be the custodians. And at that meeting, when he said, when it was asked of him who was on that committee, he said, George, I and Winifred. And it was like, you just heard Wilbur was like, why, you know, no one was told about it or whatever. And I didn't know, I just grouped it all in one, you know, the custodians and the aides.
Good luck with that one, if they haven't had a contract since before I got on the board.
Yeah, but I'm just
Okay,
saying,
so
that was a
that's
mess.
basically what that's one of the examples.
But listen, we dealt with that. We have something in place. I think your superintendent is saying, let's talk about what appears to be a collective movement to have community members come to the board meeting because certain board members don't agree with what they think is transpiring. And it happens. I went through it. Okay? It is a form of like ammunition with board members. It's not just your board. It happens. And what he's saying is there's concern because these can actually be great things, whether it's because the community members came or it's because you just flat out say, I'm not voting for it because I don't like what you said or what you did. That is that behavior that I was talking about that kind of kills board work. Because using your vote as ammunition, that does not speak to the things that you guys listed as what's important to you.
Okay, I got a good example. You guys know my neighbor, with all this, you know, the little guns to take your temperature and everything. Chris had gotten a plan and had some people come out with some machines, which again, by next year, I'm gonna stop saying I'm new. So, it was just like, well, did you go through vendors? Did you do this? You shouldn't be doing that. And from how I understood it, it was already in place, correct?
We were using an emergency,
Fund.
an emergency process to not utilize the bid process, which would have taken a month.
Oh, see,
And so
so,
we were trying to get it in place before the teachers came in the building, so that it was there, and that was the process that we were trying to utilize, but it needed the 75% of the board's vote to go through that process.
see, so that was something that, again, he took it upon himself to make sure that at least it was going in that direction, and then it was just like, no, it's not gonna happen. Correct? I mean, that's.
It was voted down, yeah.
But then you went through the bid process and look, we got it for cheaper than,
True, and
and
however,
then it was
might not
working
have
fine. I was at
worked out.
Robinson one morning and they were taking
Technology,
temperature.
2 weeks in the time, prices change because there's a lot more competition. We probably didn't even know this company that we work with, and this product doesn't do a lot of the things that the other product did. And if I was someone that can predict the future, then I would say, yeah, it isn't an emergency. To me, it was an emergency because we were having the teachers come in, and we needed to have something in place without having the handheld device that more than one had been touched. And to me, it was an emergency, not that I knew the company or whatnot. The company came to us and they presented the product and blah, 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 and said, okay, here, we're gonna donate we weren't doing that for that interest, because that's completely wrong, but it was brought to our attention that this device did X, C, and Y, and so we just said, well, let's kind of do it on an emergency basis, because our teachers are coming in. That was the only purpose of it. We went to a bid, and this product is a lot different, but it is what it is. So that is one of the things that we agree to disagree, and it happens.
And again, it was one of those things that had there been
We're
some
not
type of
losing sleep over
communication
it.
between the board, as it just showed, instead of it showing up on an agenda, maybe that conversation could have gone a different way. Maybe it could have been like, well, we do have time to go out for bids, or why didn't we start bids in June, knowing that this was how the year was gonna start? There could have been that conversation, but again, it just showed up on an agenda that people were like, well,
Well, we
wait,
didn't know
that's.
that was how the year was gonna start.
No, but we
Because we
knew
still
there'd
had
be
it.
something, like, we knew the year was not gonna be normal, we knew that,
And
so.
Chris had communicated with us that our year was gonna start in a blended fashion. We were never thinking that it was gonna start remotely at all. And
Right, but
he
if
told
we were
us,
thinking
we
of
were
having it in
on
a
the same
blended
page
fashion,
with
then we
that.
should have been,
And then it
being
was changed
prepared
the
for
last
coming
minute,
in.
then the governor said, no, it's not, blah, blah, blah.
It was a
This
lot,
is
it was a
Yeah, it was a lot
lot
of
going
moving
on
pieces.
at
In the
the
midst
end
of all
of
that,
June,
and those
July, it
changes,
was a
we
lot
turned
of,
up.
evolving information, and there were some things you may have known, but then, it was just a lot
everything was up in the air.
It was.
Even now, we don't know what
Yeah, we
tomorrow
don't.
holds.
But again, we got it up here, okay? So it's up here, it's a commitment, then everybody's held accountable to it, okay? I put 2 more up here, tell me if you agree, if not, I'll scratch them off. Don't assume, have a conversation. Okay? Own your vote. Community members don't own your vote. The union doesn't own your vote, okay? Own your vote and respect others' votes. Can you agree to that? This is my vote. I have people like, I put you in office. And some of them were lying. Because we ran in some districts. You don't even live in my area. I put you, and people will say that. They will be like, I voted for you and want you to do
Oh, I read that many
what
times.
they want, right? Now, they put you here to do your job, and that is to represent every student, every staff, every community that you reflect. Okay? So you own your vote. You owe it to the rest of the board to own your own vote. Okay? And to respect their vote.
If they don't agree, they don't agree. And again, if you wanna have a conversation, hey, why did you vote no? You know, some boards, when they vote, you know, they ask people, explain why they have a no vote. You know, that's just the agreement that they have. And you can do that or not, and people don't have to explain if they don't want to. But I think those two, you know, will help with this. You all agree? Okay. Let me see. Oh, I was gonna add another one. I wrote it down when you were talking. I think what I see, there needs to be a little bit more about being mindful of everyone's feelings. Like we kind of talked about in that parent care, everybody, just be mindful of everyone's feelings, everybody's, you know, whatever it is they're dealing with. And it may not be anything they're dealing with, but it could be a truckload of manure that they're dealing with. So I would like that to be one of your goals, okay? Being mindful of everyone's feelings, and not just feelings, but what everybody's going through. Okay? Be a little bit more sensitive, you know, with that. And I know Winifred, you said, you know, we don't have to disagree. Absolutely. But we don't want to come to the conversation like, you know, but you're right. We don't have to agree. We can agree to disagree. But I heard a superintendent put it like this. Her and her board, we agreed to disagree without being disagreeable. Because what happens is you disagree and then you take it past that. You know, that's the disagreeable. Okay, now we can't even get anywhere because you just, I don't agree. You know, all this and that. Like I tell my kids, I'm like, you're like, you know, this, a lot of the Charlie Brown want going on, right? Okay, so how about that?
Too many times the disagreement becomes personal.
Yes.
It should never become personal.
But again, I think that the communication will help
Oh, I agree.
with that.
Because many times when you just, as much as you, like, you don't hear about it, I don't either. I'm like, okay.
So,
Some things, yes, have to be communicated better. It's a shame today we couldn't all 7 be here. And I understand the other side. I was just asking.
personally, Shannon needed to be in Wisconsin this weekend because she took my son with her.
Oh.
So
Good for you too.
if it came down to her being here or being there, she really needed to be there because I really needed a break from my son.
It's okay.
Needed a break from him.
So this is your change 2020. I don't want to add too much, okay? But we, like I said, I know you guys do well with goals. You're proving that. And I think you have a superintendent that can help with some of this. And do you all trust him to lead that? You know, not overstepping, you know. Not saying, you know, he needs to correct the board, but are you guys open to him just maybe even saying, hey, let's look at the 2020, change 2020? If it gets to a point where, you know, you're seeing, oh boy, they're reverting back. Okay, George, I was saying that I think this is good. He's 5. And I was saying, is it okay for the superintendent if he sees you guys kind of going at it and reverting back, for him to just kind of remind you guys, hey, let's remember the change 2020? Because sometimes you need a neutral, you know, to help bring you back. Okay, and not him overstepping and, you know, being disrespectful, but sometimes you just need that. So let's revisit real quick. Be cordial and respectful with communication and actions. Increase effective communication for all matters affecting the BOE. Don't assume, have a conversation. Own your vote and respect others' votes. Be thoughtful and mindful of each other's feelings and what each person may be going through. Okay?
Now, my final question is what? Does anybody not understand any of these? Okay, we're good? Okay, so let's go back. Do we want to set any action steps with any of these things that we have a challenge? I know we've already done it in your previous goals. Some of these, are already there, but anything specifically?
Specific to the COVID environment.
Yeah, to the COVID, moving forward. We talked about this pretty much. Student needs, we had, was this supposed to be staff leaving?
What, yeah, because you're under the wrong one, sorry.
Okay, so student needs, students with additional needs needing to be met, finding a way for students to not lose out. And interventions are currently not functioning as normal to keep class loads low. Do you feel like that's covered already in the goals that we revisited, or do we need to write a specific one?
Well, I mean, honestly, that's something that we're working with developing right now. And on Wednesday, we'll be having a meeting with the teachers and further discussing it. So it's, and I guess maybe if there's anything, and we will have a plan within the next week or so, maybe week and a half, and then trying to communicate that out. But I don't know that it's something we can do here without, the teachers need to have their voice and
Okay.
kind of these discussable items through the bargaining process with working conditions and whatnot. So I don't know, I mean, we can't get too detailed because we have to have that, see where it ends up through the discussion process.
Okay, so,
And I think that's part of the problem is we don't know what the next 2 weeks are gonna look like, let alone the next 2 months. So, we could say, yeah, we need to start moving kids into the school, but then for all we know, come the end of October, COVID could spike again. And we're all on lockdown one more time.
So what we could do, because if you see, I gave you guys the template for the actual action plan. What we could do is, because we're gonna type this up and send it to you anyway, you can just kind of use that as you go along if you need to set specific goals, especially with your staff, and things like that. It can just kind of be used as you move forward.
And then there's some other aspects that we can do that, just related to the learning environment and how kids are gonna be taught.
But regardless of how you put it, it's gonna be ongoing, it's the ongoing learning process, because as Sharon mentioned, 2 weeks from now, they could say, oh, our kids are going back to class. And then within that week, because it happened in somewhere it happened.
It happens, yeah.
Where
Europe
they went to
is in
school,
lockdown right now.
they went to
Because they're
school,
having a second wave.
Yeah,
and
so
then,
I'm sure it's gonna happen.
they were like, oh, back to square one, because they let them into, or because someone had went to school, I don't know if it was someone in the city.
It was-
Oh, CPS,
School.
CPS, 40
School.
teachers ended up with COVID positive, so they ended up shutting down again.
Well, last
Haven't
night on the
had
news,
Sarita,
they
too.
had Lake Bluff or Lake Zurich, it was Lake something. All their fifth graders are now in quarantine.
Lake Bluff.
Lake Bluff, all their fifth graders are now in quarantine because somebody came down with it.
50-some cases, they
Yeah.
said?
But the other aspect, what I'm saying, and I'll give an example, is the wellness for the teachers. That we can start forging forward on. So that I could see an action plan if we wanted to do that. So there are some topics I think we can, just that aspect needs to go through genuine, stakeholders having their voices heard and watching the numbers. So that one's a little different.
Right.
But there's some topics that I think we could make some ground on.
So, tell me what you want to do. So do we want to write those separate on this template, or do you want to revisit here and plug them in? So like the wellness one, that's already in here.
Yeah.
What would probably need to be added to your communication to the community
is you talked about getting that feedback from them, like receiving the feedback. And this is more so about the output, but the input. So what we could do is, you know, once you get the summary that we're gonna send, and go through what everybody put as, you know, the plus deltas, what's working, and see if some things need to be plugged in here, or we can just write some now.
Because
Up to you guys.
in my mind, we did a lot of progress with last year's goals, but we were not really on them. And we can't blame anything and everything, but the reality is, we're back to the drawing table, and if we can just work with what we came up with today, and like you're saying, plug it in as a goal, rather than the writing more, and things like amount of
We're not gonna add them.
information and rules that we have gotta put in place, not rules, but, you know, add them up to the goals, it's just gonna get not more complicated, but it's gonna be a whole lot more spectrum of things that we haven't even done or not done, but completed with the last year's goals.
Okay, Chris, part of this is going back to what Winifred asked at the beginning, this is helping you write your goals. Do you feel like you have what you need to, you know, collectively write your goals?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanna make sure that we accomplish what we needed to accomplish. So like I said, we'll type all of this up. I'll send it to you and George. And in keeping with that number 2 communication, make sure it goes out to the board. Now, you have 2 board members that are not here. And this is what I typically, you know, say. For president, reach out to them individually. Say, hey, we have the workshop. When, you know, they'll have the summary and everything, so they'll get everything, you know, like everybody else, you know, but just let them know, especially about this, Change 2020, this is what we agreed to, okay? And, you know, at your next board meeting, we always recommend that you let the public know, hey, we participated in a workshop with IASB on a Saturday. We spent 5 hours.
Way too long.
You know, however many hours, because they need to understand too. They need to understand, you know, because they'll just go by what they see. Okay, they need to understand that we understand we have some things to work on, and we did. We're working on those. Okay, and even sharing. This is what we're committing to do moving forward. You know, because they need to understand the people that they elected are putting in their work, and that 6th principle, holding yourselves accountable and being responsible for yourself. Okay, you good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful, wonderful. So I will get this to you next week. We'll have it to you, okay? All right, any final thoughts? Do we feel hopeful, optimistic?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
come a long way in a year, and
yeah,
got a lot more to go for them.
absolutely. I think you guys
We have
have,
a
you
little
know.
better understanding of where we at,
Mhm,
what progress have we made,
mhm,
or we have made with Chris,
mhm, mhm.
and the work is forever, so. Yep.
Okay,
All right.
awesome. Thank you guys.
you.
for coming
Thank you,
in.
good job, Dr. Hall.
Great being here once again. Seeing you guys.
Looking for a motion to adjourn this meeting at
It's always a
2:17.
pleasure to have you.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Wait, hold on. Winifred
Yes.
and Olivia.
Yes.
Okay,
Call roll.
Olivia Quintero,
Yes.
Vito,
Yes.
Winifred,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
and I'm a big fat yes. Okay.
Good job, board members.
Everybody have
Great.
a good weekend.
Martina, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know,
Sorry.
No, you were just asking.
What's left of it anyway, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.